the horses to look forward to, etc. We had a pretty good start to the season, but everything goes up a notch today.
It certainly does. Great to be joining you, Rishi, and it's good to preview this first big meeting for the Carnival. It is the Dubai Creek Mile. We saw, a great winner at last year in Al Nafud, and it was a little disappointing that we didn't get to see him go on with it in the season, getting sore after that start. But look, it has been always a good little guidance race to what's to come for some of the mile features. A lot of horses kicking off their campaigns.
Yeah. Have you summered well?
Yeah, look, I have. I summed a bit too well, I think, to be perfectly honest with you. I spent a bit too much time away. It was nice and cold and wet at home in Melbourne, so I tried to spend as much time as I could, just sort of backpacking around Asia and enjoying in the more humid parts of the world. It's good to be back in business.
Well, it's certainly not cold and it's certainly not wet now, and we can look ahead to our first race of the night, and what a good race it is. The Bani Yas for the Purebred Arabian, sponsored by Nakheel, and the last two winners of the race are lining up. Najan Al Wathba, who won the race last year, and AF Alajaj, who won the race back in 2022. We'll look back at last year's race if we can, Pat, because that's key when you consider some of the leading contenders here. And I mentioned Najm Al Wathba, who sadly we didn't see again after this win 12 months ago.
Yeah, he's a pretty exciting horse, Najm Al Wathba. We've seen him do some great things so far in his career. I guess the big factor as to what we're going to experience tonight is that question of where is he at, because at the end of the day, that 12 months off, he has won this race before and that form is good, but when it comes to, I guess, the race itself and where this horse is at, I mean, we're not going to know until he steps out on the track tonight. And the fact he's a purebred Arabian makes it even harder as well, because their form can be so skewed. But he's got to be given a hope, considering he's done it before.
Yeah, we've got some other horses that come into the race off the back of the run a couple of weeks ago. I like Alajaj primarily because he's got course and distance form, decent draw, representing a combination that generally go well. Although last season was a bit disappointing overall, I'll give him another chance. But anything from the last run here on the opening night?
Well, Canal de Fosse was impressive, wasn't he? Yeah. Coming from well back in the field there under Sandro Paiva to go on and get the win. He was a long way off them, but looked really well coming out into the parade ring, and he was able to go on with it and get there in a nick of time. I've stuck with Unlimited here in this race for Richie Mullen and Dr. Jabba Batara, another stable who've had a pretty slow start to the season, you'd have to say, but look, he's drawn wide, he's got speed to burn. I'd like to see him leading 200 metres into the race, especially with a 12-horse field in this event. So if he's able to press forward and control the race from the front, I'd say he'd be giving a side.
Well, I'm hoping that Alajaj does that from stall one. That's my assessment. Similar. Press on, repeat the performance from 2 years ago, and hopefully that's the sort of form that he is in. That's our opening race, the Bani Yas. Let's move on and talk about the second race, which is for horses that we don't really know that much about. This is the Como Residence Maiden. It's over 1,200 metres on the dirt. Just a handful of runners, but lots of good pedigrees, lots of horses that cost a fair bit of money. Dark Saffron has been in action, finished second at Jebel Ali earlier this month. What sort of level are we talking about?
Well, it's interesting. His trial was good at Jebel Ali. We expected him to come out and run well there at the track, and he did that. He was impressive behind the local runner in Nahash. Look, I think the Bin Hamish stable were pretty adamant that Sir Harmony was probably the pick of their two when it came to their youngsters who stepped out that day. We get to see Dark Saffron here at Meydan, which is going to be a big factor. But look, the big question mark is around like a few of these others, because as you said, we haven't really seen a lot of these runners out on the track yet, and that could unearth something that we're not expecting. I mean, the horse in the Bernardo Pinheiro is riding for Sheikh Hamdan in Vivito. He was impressive in what we've seen so far. I mean, undefeated's been good. Bupat Seema's record with youngsters in the recent seasons hasn't been as flash as some of the other stables, but I mean, he's put the writing on the wall at Meydan trials that he's there to hopefully kick off well. I mean, Mel Hoof's been good at the trials as well. Michael Costa has had a great start to the season.
No doubt.
I've lent towards one, though, from a stable that has been proven with babies in the last couple of seasons, and that is the stable of Musab Al Maheri. Yeah. We saw a Wab come out the other last start and go well. I don't know if African Candy's up to the level of a Wab. We saw him come out and win. yeah, quite dominantly. But I think African Candy, hopefully he's forward enough for this. But yeah, I'll be interested to see if this stable can pick up another debut winner in the youngsters race. How did you see it?
Well, again, I've gone for a stable that are in form in Michael Costa's stable, and I love the pedigree of Malhoof. He's by Authentic, the Kentucky Derby winner out of any given Saturday mare. There's a lot of excitement about the pedigree. Cost a fair bit of money, but then again, when you look through all the pedigrees of all the horses in this race, we were talking about all horses that have the right pedigree for this surface, and they all come with decent family on the dam side as well. So it's a bit of a guess. Like you, I can see why you've gone for Musaba's horse, African Candy, because there's that run from a couple of weeks ago. I'm gone for the Michael Costa horse because of the pedigree.
I think we've taken the same premise and sort of approach to this race in the fact that there is a lot of quality through the race. Hopefully all these horses will go on to win a maiden race. But, I mean, you've just got to stick with the yards who have done it before, and most recently we've seen the results come from their stables that they can get these horses to fire on debut.
All right, let's move on and talk about race 3, which is the Palm Jebel Ali. This is a race that, unlike our previous race that we're discussing about unexposed horses, we know a lot more about the majority of these horses lining up. A couple of non-runners, obviously, to bear in mind. And the interesting thing about this is that I don't see many horses that are unexposed, many horses that have the ability to improve. Michael Costa's Tawala would be an obvious one that I think does have that ability to improve. We can have a look at Tawala back in June on the all-weather at Kempton.
Yeah, he's a horse that I'm sure the stable will be very happy with the fact that he's drawn a decent gate here for this upcoming assignment. Look, I don't know how you've probably got a better guide on this than I do. How does Kempton Park and I guess those all-weather surfaces, do they translate to the dirt as well as you'd hope here? That's the big question.
Well, anybody watching the Breeders' Cup will know that City of Troy went to Southall to have a little spin round. Let me tell you, there is not one racecourse in the UK that will prepare horses for a dirt surface, whether it's in America or in Dubai. Unfortunately, it's just not good enough as a test for dirt. What this horse did show, though, is speed. So even though moving to the dirt is a question mark, one thing that you know out here at Meydan more than anywhere else is that speed on the front end is important. And he does have that, whereas pedigree and previous form suggests the dirt is a big question.
Yeah, he's an exciting horse, Tawala, in the fact that, you know, he's coming from that stable that have had so much success already with those horses making their way from the UK. I think if Tawala was coming with a trainer who was bringing this horse over to race and he'd had this form lining up so far, I'd be a little bit more concerned. But I guess this horse has been on the ground for a while. The stable's been able to sort of get him working on the dirt at home at Jebel Ali, get him race fit for this. And although it's not Meydan, but giving him a chance to acclimatise to this surface as much as possible. So, look, he's an exciting horse. I've lent to him on top as well, Tawala. Okay. I'm hopefully we can see him translate that and bring that to the fore. There was a lot of horses here, Rishi, that I could probably count out. I mean, look, it might be a controversial opinion, and it's no knock on the stable. They've had great success, but I can't give Fauzi Nasser's horses any respect at the moment. From what they delivered at Jebel Ali last week, it shows that the horses in the yard might be quite underdone. And even though El Introvertido and Condor Pasa represent horses that could win this race, I mean, I'm going to have to start seeing some results from them before I could tip them with any confidence. They look like a stable that might be a little bit on the back foot at the moment.
Again, similar sentiments, and if I hadn't been scarred by supporting City of Troy in the Breeders' Cup Classic, I'd probably have gone for Tawala as well, but I need to see them do it on the dirt.
Fair enough.
Before I can go for them. As a consequence, you know that Tolmant comes into the race off the back of a very good run, likely to go forward, as is his run style. So it was a case of elimination. I ended up with Tolmant as opposed to being really keen on Tolmant. Let's move on and talk about race 4, which is potentially a cracking race. It's the Zayed and Rashid, sponsored by Nikhil. Some really exciting horses potentially here. Killer Collect, last seen winning the Al-Bastakia, up against a couple of really interesting horses from Michael Costa's stable, Garcid and Gabul. We'll have a look at Gabul first of all, winning here a couple of weeks ago. Is he the pick of the two Michael Costa runners?
I believe he is. It's a tough one because you've got Garcid from the other stable who's got the main #1 rider in Ben Cohen booked to ride and was also very dominant, you know, in his victory last start at Jebel Ali. It leads me to question whether or not Garcett's going to be able to translate that form across to Meydan. He has run here before, but that was as a 2-year-old. What Garbull was able to do physically, even though it was a much inferior field to what Gassett faced at Jebel Ali, he was able to come out and from a times perspective, go about 1.5 seconds outside the track record. Now, it doesn't matter who you beat, it's how you do it and the times that you represent. And I think he represents a horse that's going to come on plenty from that, and the fact that he's got that proven form here, I'm really surprised to see the black cap on him here today. I thought he was the first string horse going into this race straight out, but look, there's no knocking Ray Dawson jumping on board. He's had great results so far this season, and I think both horses represent main chances. I've got them as first and second picks, but I'm siding with Garbull. I think he's a special horse. He's going to go on with it.
Well, funny enough, I think Killer Collect could be a very exciting horse this season. Ended up winning the Albasta Key. Had previously run really well when didn't have the best trip racing out wide on his start before this. But again here, he beats Autobahn. Now, Autobahn went on to run a fine second in the UA Derby. The winner of the UA Derby turned out to be a pretty good horse in Forever Young. He was already a good horse going into the UA Derby. Of course, Forever Young ran well in the Kentucky Derby and the Breeders' Cup Classic. So we're talking about high-class form. My question mark about Killer Collect, and you could probably tell me a little bit more, there will not be a more handsome horse parading tonight. He's a big, imposing brute of a horse. Will he be ready, do you think?
Well, that's the big question. Is Bupak going to have this horse ready to fire first up? And in every right, you'd probably say, like, he's not going to have him fully screwed down for this. I mean, there's bigger targets on the card for a horse like Killer Collect, and targets also over further than a mile. 1,900 metres is probably going to be the distance where we're really going to start seeing him fire. You come back, though, Rishi, to that fact where you said natural ability is there. He's a horse that his raw ability will take him a long way in this race. It's just whether or not the conditions are going to suit him, as well as a few of these who are probably, with that run under their belt now already, a little bit sharper and a little bit more fit. I'm not knocking him. I think he's a great horse and he's going to win plenty of races this season, but I just think this is early in the season here at Meydan. This is an opportunity for these horses to, I guess, who are working through the grades to really fire, ones that have sort of kicked off their campaigns earlier. So I'm siding with Garbull, but I think it's a really nice race, and I can totally understand you going with Killer Collect.
Also, I'm a very shallow human being, and I'm all about looks. And Killer Collect has definitely got killer looks, so he's my selection in race 4. Let's move on and talk about the feature race of the night for the thoroughbreds. It's Dubai Creek Mile, sponsored by Nakheel, and it sees the return to action of one of the most intriguing horses around. It is Walk of Stars, who ran such a fine race in the Godolphin Mile. But there are question marks for him to answer. Primarily, do you believe that Walk of Stars wants to win?
Yeah, it's a hard one, isn't it? And I think there's for a horse like Walk of Stars, who finds it so hard to hit the line first, sometimes when you see these horses like we saw with Walk of Stars in the Godolphin Mile, he's had multiple runs to his name, he's rock hard fit, and regardless of the fact that he probably doesn't want to hit the line as hard as he hopes, the fitness takes him a long way into the race. And I mean, that was shown and very evident here, where like 2 rivers over and a few of these horses really challenged, and he looked beat at the 200 metre mark, but he still found his way to the line enough to actually get back over into second position. So look, I'm hoping to see him run well. I can understand why he's the short priced international market favourite going off the form that we've seen, but I think there's a lot more to the race, and I'm looking at our selections. We actually, our madness actually aligned here as to like why we've got, because we've both gone with a sprinter.
Yeah, we've both gone for Al Tariq, and that's because I think we both agree that while Walk of Stars is the most talented horse lining up, might be the most talented horse racing this evening, but there's that little bit of a doubt that will he go through with the effort. We're maybe a little bit unfair to him because he does have some very good form, but he hasn't won a race for some time. And Al Tariq comes in off the back of, well, in fairness, a while ago he won the Jebel Ali Classic, and it was a very smart performance, but he's got speed. And I think I like the angle of speedy horses stepping up in trip on the dirt.
100%. And I think it's a. Some people would look at this as a really bold move for a start to put him in, but I mean, he's a horse that has got plenty of speed to burn, as you mentioned, and he's a horse that has fired fit in the past. He's not a stranger to the mile. Mile as well. We've seen him run over this distance before in past seasons. I mean, he was only kept at Jebel Ali last. He's a grind away horse. I mean, if he can come up into this as a horse that he's over a shorter trip, but I mean, if he can get himself into the race in an early stage, I mean, he's going to be a hard horse to pass. That's the thing that's going to be a big factor for him. And I think it's a bold move by Doug Watson to send the horse here, but I can totally see why they've done it, because it's not a very strong Dubai Creek Mile. All you've got to do is make sure that, and hopefully that Walk of Stars doesn't want to win the race. And I mean, if he is up to his normal tricks, I mean, it's up for the taking, and El Tariq fits the bill.
All right. Let's move on and talk about the penultimate race, which is the Thunder Snow Handicap, sponsored by Nikhil, named after the only dual winner of the Dubai World Cup. What a magnificent horse Thunder Snow was for Saeed bin Suroor. There's a list of the runners and riders. And of course, there's a bit of form that is fairly recent that we can refer to, and involves the two horses, La Reche and Lion's Mane, from a couple of weeks ago. Lion's Mane finishes ahead of La Reche. How key do you think this form is in determining the winner of this race?
Lion's Mane is not a horse that's strung multiple victories up together. That's the thing. His wins are sort of few and far between. He's a tough horse. I mean, he comes up into a tougher event here, and he's got a lightweight as well, which is going to aid him. So I think that will take him a long way in the race. I can understand, as you mentioned, with La Reche obviously coming through that form line too, but it's a different kettle of fish to what they were facing 2 weeks ago. I mean, it's the meetings last week, although we're racing at the same venue, are chalk and cheese. We're really starting to see some proper horses start their campaigns, and there's a few that might be obviously early in their campaigns, and we won't see the best of them until for a few starts. But I don't think Lion's Mane and La Reche probably got a proper test last time out. I mean, this is a different sort of race, and I mean, some horses coming in here off higher ratings. It's just a big question as how forward they're going to be early in this campaign. So it's a tough race to decipher. I went with Wild Crusade here. Again, I hear what you're saying about the fact that, Kempton Park form can't be sort of, used as a way to sort of, I guess, line up and prepare a horse for the dirt here. But I'd like to think that the Dabawi breeding and the fact that Julio Olajuara is training this horse here on the course here at Meydan, he will be familiar to this surface. He's worked on it and prepared on this surface. I like the fact that he's run second to Warren Point. I know he's more of a grass horse, but I mean, it's he's a horse that's proven here at Meydan, and he's a pretty classy horse in his own right for Charlie Appleby. So I'm hoping that some of that listed form, even though it is at Kempton Park, will be enough to see him go well here, as long as he's forward enough. And I think the breeding says that hopefully he'll handle the dirt a little bit better.
All right. Well, I concentrated on the Michael Costa pair, and I ended up going for Shamik. Now he's got a tougher draw in 8, and he raced out wide last time out, and this will be his second start after a long break. He came back obviously a couple of weeks ago, but I thought there was enough encouragement. Hopefully, if he's in a better place, an even better performance this evening. And then we move on to our final race of the night. It is a maiden. It's the Dubai Islands, just a small field. Again, lots of really good pedigrees, lots of good dirt pedigrees, with perhaps the exception of Parisian Beauty. Early days for her sire, Kamiko, but it appears that if he's going to be quite a useful sire of turf horses, at least or on synthetics as well. So again, it was a case of process of elimination. I've gone for one of the Bhupat Simar runners, and I've gone for the one that Tiago Shea has chosen to ride, Flama Sunshine, who has run in a trial. So that was my entire thinking.
Yeah, look, it's a hard race if you're looking at it sort of to try and sort of separate them. I purely went off what we were able to see at the trials. I mean, I've got to give an honourable mention to Arigato Gozaimasu. He went very good. That's going to be an interesting one on the race call, isn't it? Especially last race of the day. But he was a good performer at the Jebel Ali trials. I'm very confident though here on one. I really liked what we saw from Ruby Hamilton at the trials at Jebel Ali. I know it wasn't at Meydan, but from a fitness perspective, I mean, it's never been the strongest. Sort of, I guess, class of horse. The 2-year-old fillies races here in Meydan, especially over recent seasons. I mean, you've just got to have one that's got half ability, and there's plenty of prize money to pick up over the season. And I do believe Ruby Hamilton's got a fair bit of ability. Doug Watson's got this horse absolutely flying and ready to go. And I think that they've found a really nice race to kick her off with. And look, I think there's good confidence from the camp as well that there's some nice targets ahead for her. So hopefully this is a nice kicking off point for Ruby Hamilton. I've made it my special for the night. So hopefully, you know, if we haven't tipped a winner all night, we might be able to get one in the last race.
I always enjoy it when Doug Watson finds a nice filly. I'll go back to the days of Polar River. And there have been others since that when he gets a good filly, the way he campaigns them up. So hopefully Ruby Hamilton will be such. But again, it's a race where we're playing a little bit of the guessing game. Let's confirm the selections for Pat first of all. You've heard the workings. Now these are the results. Here we go.
We'll see how we go. Hopefully we can bet a 1 out of 7 from last meeting. 12 Unleashed. Hopefully we see him lead all the way from that wide draw. We need to see him jump though. African Candy, another one stepping out for Masab Al Maheri. Tawala from a good gate. Hopefully we see him run well also. Michael Costa also saddles up Garbul again. Hopefully we see him run well after that very impressive and electric debut run. Al Tariq in the feature, the Dubai Creek Mile. Number 1, Wild Crusade, the top weight there in the 6th. And Ruby Hamilton, my special, in the 7th.
Special. Okay, and here's what I've gone for. The former winner of the Bani Yas, Alajaj, in race 1, number 1. Race 2, I've gone for Malhoof, number 5. Race 3, Tollmount, to follow up his win a couple of weeks ago, number 8. Race 4, number 1, the good-looking Killer Collect for me. Race 5, number 2, Al Tariq, agreeing with Pat. Race 6, I've gone for Shamik for the Michael Costa stable, number 7. And in the final race, 7, I've gone for number 2, Flamos Sunshine.
What's your special?
My special would be Killer Collect.
Okay, there we go.
Because I just think the Forever Young form is so good. I'm hoping he's going to develop into something special this season. And I know that he's coming back in trip, but I'm hoping that his class suggests we'll see an exciting horse.
Michael Costa's either going to like us or hate us, Rishi, because we've tipped 4 of his runners. You've tipped 2 and I've tipped 2, and we've tipped him in 4 separate races. So he's either going to like that or not like that.
Shall I tell you what my betting is on that? I'm pretty certain he's going to hate us. Most people do. Pat, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a fantastic evening. We are going to get ourselves ready for all the action, and in the meantime, you can enjoy the highlights from our opening night of the season a couple of weeks ago.
The first from Meydan for season 24-25, away we go. Multhabir fast away, caught the start well with Nadia Deloop, AFL Momiyaz working across to the running rail as they come out of the chute and onto the course proper. Amar was next, followed by AF Lath, who's tucked up in between runners, working through now to the lead. Deeper out, AF Yabahan's caught 6 deep down the back. Followed there by, next in running there was Canal de Foss, then came Yas Mansour from Majdi Karambar, AA Burning Crescent, the last one. So they make their way inside the 1,000 metres, and up in front taking over now is Amar, leads by a long neck. The inside in second, Nadia Deloop. AF Yabahan's had to work really hard to find himself up into second now, but continues to progress for Oscar Chavez. Multhavir was next, followed by Namrud, tucked up, getting a good run in the 1-1, followed by AF Late. Karambar's been no better than 6 deep, already under the stick from Pinero. Majdi comes up and saloons through the inside with AFL Momiyaz. Then came Canal de Fost, and the best of the rest was Yas Mansour as they come for home. 450 metres left to go in the opener here. Multhabir, the leader, takes over the running now for Connor Beasley, leads by a length, now 2 lengths. AF Yabahan sticking on along with Majdi. AF Lath trying to work through. Namrud drops away. Canal de Foss coming from a long way back. Canal de Foss picking up big time. Multhabir, the leader. Canal de Foss pegging him back here slowly. It's up in front though, working very hard. Multhabir, Canal de Foss continuing. Canal de Foss coming from a long way back, gets to the line and nails him. Just Canal de Foss from a long way back, and Dil Muchachi with his 3rd winner for the season. Multhabir 2nd. Gates crash, away we go. Narrato was one of the first to show. Sir Harmony straight up, just over racing a little bit, wanting to go faster than Beasley will allow. Diamond Dealer eventually goes through to lead. A furlong in here by a length and a half. Continuing to over race down the back, something quite terribly was Sir Harmony, but now allowed to let stride just a little bit more. Awab was next from Dayam, who's got the leaders back in third, and Narrato is now last of the 5. So Diamond Dealer inside the 1,000 metres makes play and travels along well by a length and a tail. Second, Sir Harmony finally head down and starts to run along and is no longer fighting the rider. Dayam was next from Awab, who's just angling out 3 wide now to begin its run in this tight compact field, and Narrato is now still last. So 600 metres and change left to go. Diamond Dealer should have something in the locker. Sir Harmony, how much petrol has he burned in the first half there with his naughty manners? Awab was 3 deep into the final turn. Dayam dropping away. Narrato was next. Diamond Dealer the leader. Awab starting to present. Sir Harmony wanting to hang in the final stages. Narrato probably too far back to make an impression, along with Dayam, as Awab takes over here. Awab in the final stages. He was the best turned out horse on the evening, and Awab's going to career away for a nice win here. Awab by 3 or 4 lengths here from Diamond Dealer, who sticks on into second. Narrato third, Dayam fourth, and dropping away Sir Harmony. Plenty to learn. Awab a good winner in race number 2. Beats home Diamond Dealer. Photo third, Dayam just from Narrato, and well, Sir Harmony under starters orders for the third. 1900. Arabian Tail just clawing at the gates and leapt up in the air and missed it. Away they go. Arabian Tail cost himself a few at the gates. Pressing forward out wide, looking for the lead. Book Review, and we'll get it with a lap to travel. So Javier Ziani leads them out of the straight by 3 lengths. Perfect Balance second, and third was La Reche, followed by Lion's Mane, who's happy to sit off the running rail as they swing out onto the side of the course. Violent Justice now gets the spot 3 back on the inside. His stablemate to his outer, Sakara King, followed by Maiden Dubai, who's 4th to last today, not in his usual rearward role. Al Rad was next, second to last Arabian Tail, and Al Yabri, the 3-year-old, is going to make his way to the back, and we'll see them all with around 1,250 metres left to go. Book Review leads them at OK fractions, 9.13, 20.60, and Perfect Balance is going to sit just to the outside of him in second, but Book Review now slides away to a clear lead. La Reche was third, fourth was Lion's Mane, a gap of 3 lengths to Violent Justice. Sakara King is outside, just a little shaken along here as they start to make their way to the second bend. Next was Maiden Dubai working alongside El Raad. Arabian Tail getting going, but not getting as mobile as you'd want to if you were on board the favourite. And the last one is Al Yabri. So down past the 600 metres, Book Review leads them by a length and a half. Perfect Balance is the first one to split the bet. Lion's Mane out with his run here, starts to approach the leader. La Reche looks for the inside passage. Sakara King was next. Violent Justice looks beat. Al Rad was next from Maiden Dubai. Arabian Tail and Al Yabri comes up to second last. It's Lion's Mane. Lion's Mane who takes over here as they make their way down the straight. Leading the way here by a comfortable margin. Into second, La Reche. Book Review drops away. Violent Justice, but it's Lion's Mane. Lion's Mane coming clear in the final stages, and Lion's Mane will go on to win. Lion's Mane picks up Beasley's first for the night. 2.5 lengths, La Reche. Violent Justice third across from Book Review, who knocked up in the final furlong. There they go, racing now. Kanjar fast away, going up there with Mojaya. They're 6 abreast at the moment. Magic Petition sooling forward. Falcon of Arabia, Mr. Carfu 5 wide, wanting the lead and will potentially get it. They are fighting him for it. Mojaya, Mr. Carfu, Falcon of Arabia and Kanjar, your first 4. Mortog 5th, spotting the lead 3 from Meshakel, who was slow away, working around them now. Then came next in running Magic Petition from Swindon, and the last one was Morning. Speed very good. Mr. Carfu, the outside of Mojaya, who has the inside advantage. Falcon of Arabia 3 wide. Meshakel in the cheap seats 4 deep and being sooled forward from Kanjar, who's in behind them. Still has something to offer by the looks of it. Mortog was next from Swindon. Then came back in the field Magic Petition and Morning, looking to round up from last. Mojaya kicks clear though. Mojaya with 300 metres left to go. 3 lengths clear. Kanjar comes off their backs now with a run. Falcon of Arabia next. Meshakel dropping away. He was 4 deep the trip, and it's showing now. Mojaya, though, extending. Mojaya with 100 metres left to go. Hot up on the fence. He was going to go on and win. Mojaya goes all the way, utilised the inside gate and wins by a length and a half, I'd say, maybe 2 lengths on the line. Good run by Kanjar, but had every possible in the run. Next over was Falcon of Arabia from Morning. Set to go. Racing. Alzim missed away as usual. Courtier was back with Street Mood, and also back in the final view was Harmonistic. Out fast, working up into it, was Echo Point. He's going to go up and lead along with Book Review, who really wanted the lead there from that wide gate. Everfast was next from Imperial Emperor Lasso Dude. Next was Mestri. 3 back on the inside. Al Jadaf just reined in a little bit there in between runners. Sharmik 3 wide, improving with a back. Followed there next by Harmonistic, who's up to 5th to last from Street Mood. Courtier now getting mobile out wide with some cover there available. The Great Collection second to last, and Alzim after the poor start was last of all, and he's chewing a lot of dirt at the back of the field, where Book Review leads them to the 800 metre mark. He's out by 2 lengths. Second was Echo Point. The inside Everfast gets the drop on them, along with Lasso Dude. Imperial Emperor coming around 3 deep, providing a few of these some cover. Al Jadaf opts for the option there. Next was Mestri, trying to get a little bit of luck here as the race starts to unfold, and the top of the straight appears from Sharmik. Then came Street Mood. Courtier starting to get mobile with the Great Collection, who's going all right. He's opting for the inside path. Harmonistic second last, and Alzim last. Into the straight they come. Imperial Emperor goes up to the outside of Echo Point. They bump there at the 300. Lasso Dude, Al Jadaf starting to get on level terms here. He's starting to work through as Imperial Emperor starts to give them the slip though. Past the 200 metres, it's Imperial Emperor from Lasso Dude. No, Echo Point has dropped them now, and next to 4th position was Al Jadaf, but it's going to be Imperial Emperor into the final 50 metres, who comes clear for a nice win. Imperial Emperor 2.5 on the line. Lasso Dude ran 2nd, and 3rd across, I'd say maybe Sharmik beats home Mestri. The stablemates 3rd and 4th. There they go. Breaking fast Cabret from that middle alley, working forward with Al Sile, Mr. Precocious. They'll be your first couple. Deeper out, Camden working up with Garbull. They're trying to slot in from those wide alleys. Next in running Ironside, finding himself in the first half dozen from Algernon. Then came Sarum, working alongside his stablemate Million Doro. It was a gap there back now to Chef de Party with Regal Gallery. Then came next in running Assad from Shuff Dubai, and Taj out to the end. He can't go with the gallop, and Free World is even further back. So 800 metres left to go. Cabret shows them a clean pair of heels. Working up in between them, Mr. Precocious. He's already thrown up the white flag. Camden out deeper, travels into it well from Algernon. Garbull coasting up on the outside also. Then came Million Doro. Tracking into there as well was Al Sile, followed by Ironside. Getting past now, Mr. Precocious by Chef de Party. Then came next in running there was Sarum from Shuff Dubai, and the best of the rest was Assad as they come into the straight. Garbull goes past Camden, whips past him with pace. Garbull goes to the front here, and he's extending away. Al Sile into 2nd position. Garbull from Al Sile. The 2 Costa Maiden is looking very good here. Garbull, though, has the advantage on Al Sile, and Garbull's going to go clear to win. Garbull goes on to win well, 4 lengths on the line. Al Sile 2nd, Daylight 3rd. Loads away, set to go for the final race over the mile. Away they go. Tolmount was first to show with Al Maroon, Chief Scribe, important role, sooled up into a forward spot, and Izaj continues to press on out wide. From Little Raven, Maputo, then came Classic City, Sensatiable. Next was Nature Watch from Aldasia, and the last one, Endosa. So out of the chute they come, and onto the course proper past the 1200 metres. It's Tolmount who leads them. Backs it off a shade here. Important Roll comes up to his girth in 2nd. 3rd was Little Raven. 3 deep at the moment without cover. Izaj not getting a good time of it down the back here early in the race. Then came Chief Scribe, Al Maroon. Maputo's going to get onto the back of Izaj here. Classic City tracks him. Then came Aldasia up to 4th, the last from Sensatiable, Endosa, and the last one, Nature Watch, drops out to the end. So Tolmount tries to give them the slip here, past the 750. Important Roll was next. Izaj coasting up though. He's been 3 wide, but he's travelling very well at the moment. Maputo Maputo was next. Little Raven dropping back through the field, passed by Chief Scribe, Aldasia, Classic City. It's Tolmount the leader from Izaj. Maputo off their back, coming around the turn 3 wide. Tolmount taken by Izaj. Maputo the outside, continuing to close. Aldasia was next, followed by Important Role. It's Maputo up in front here from Tolmount. Keeping on, tracking on is Izaj from Aldasia. It's up in front, Maputo from Tolmount. Then came Aldasia. Izaj dropping away to 4th. It's Tolmount who's got another breath of wind here in the late stages. Tolmount digging up underneath Maputo. Tolmount goes on to win the last. Tolmount beats home Maputo just from Aldasia, who closed off.
Always great to catch up with the perennial leading jockey in the UAE, Tiger Shea, and of course, Dubai World Cup winner. Tiger, how does that sound now after what happened in March?
Yeah, look, it's amazing. Still pinch yourself stuff, really. So, an amazing horse, and yeah, it was great to be associated with him, and we're all back to scratch now to start again.
Well, we start again, and Alajaj runs in the opening race, former winner of the Bani Yas. Is he in the sort of form that would be similar to 2 years ago?
He's training very well. I've ridden him all his work since I've been back about 6 weeks. He's in the one hole, so he's got a very good barrier. And yeah, look, if he reproduce any of his old form, he should be bang there. He's at home. He's given us all the right indications anyhow.
All right, and then after that, the first thoroughbred ride of the evening for you is on Undefeated. Lovely pedigree. What can we expect tonight?
Lovely big horse and training well. He's a horse that will go further. He'll possibly end up going 2 turns, but he trialled well. He's training well, and first day at school. But looking forward to riding him.
Okay. Fall of Rome, who runs in the next race, a horse who seems equally adept on dirt or turf.
Yeah, he's a bonny little horse. He's not over big. He's got a good draw, so again, he's as fit as we can have him without having a run. And yeah, look, he always shows up, as you say, on dirt or turf, so hopefully he gives a good account.
The first of the glamour rides, I'm going to say, tonight is on Killer Collect, who won the Albasakir. We haven't seen him since. And I've been telling everybody today who I've seen here at Meydan that he might be the best looking horse in the desert.
Yeah, he's a gorgeous looking horse. And touch wood, he's training well. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him on World Cup night through a foot abscess, but that was bad timing. But he's back, he's training well. He's a horse I feel will go further. But yeah, he hasn't lost any of his good looks, and we have him as ready as we can do without having a race. So again, it's his first race of the season. He'll have bigger and bolder targets, let's say, as the Carnival and the season goes on. But he's a lovely horse going forward.
The next race, you're on a horse who ran a brilliant race on World Cup night in the Godolphin Mile, Walk of Stars. But can you get him tonight to put his head in front?
He's a huge, big horse. He comes with his quirks. Look, our horses have been improving for the run. He's possibly one of the biggest horses we have in the barn. So, again, he's galloping very, very well. But you know, he only does the minimum at home. He goes by whatever leads him, and he parks in front. So, yeah, look, he's I think, look, on talent, he's the best horse in the race. But again, I'd like to see him obviously go and win, but I think whatever he does do, he'll take a huge step forward for the run.
And in the final race, Bupat has 3. You've gone for Flama Sunshine. Was that an easy choice?
I didn't really have the choice. Yeah, she's owned by the Burke family, and Sylvester has a contract with Sheikh Nasser. So he rides that filly, and Richie Mullen rides the Russian filly. So I suppose I had the choice between Richie's filly and my filly, but she's training well, she trialled well, she's very sharp. Yeah, looks, seems straightforward and ready to go.
Who's the one horse you're most excited about tonight?
I like Undefeated. I like getting on the young horses, and as I said, he needs to go further, but it's his first day at school. You know, we know a lot about the other horses, and obviously the filly in the last as well, so I like the ones that are going to come forward and put their hand up, if you like. So yeah, he's a nice colt, I think.
Always great to catch up with you. World Cup winning jockey, Tiger Show.
Thanks, Richie.
Cheers, pal. Thank you. Well, the purebred Arabians are in the pre-saddling area here ahead of the Bani Yas. This race sponsored by Nikhil. It's always a very good race. The last two winners of the race, AF Al Ajaj and Najm Al Wathba, lining up. But there's one horse who'll be leaving quite early. And we'll just show you just Hiab Al Zaman, number 3, with the red hood on over there in the corner for the Fawzi Nas and Adra Very combination. Hiab Al Zaman will be heading out a little bit sooner than some of his pals in this race. This horse, who's drawn in stall 10, last seen running here back on the 23rd of December, actually ran really well behind RB Rich Like Me, and we know that that's pretty good form. We know how good RB Rich Like Me can be at his best. So a repeat of that, albeit off a layoff, would be quite interesting, and a reminder that he's going down to post quite early. Let's pick up the grey horse over to my right, your left, and that is AF Al Ajaj, who won this race 2 years ago. Fair to say last season wasn't his best, Al Ajaj. Unfortunately, never really showed his absolute best form, but he heard from Targo Shea earlier on when we were chatting to him. He's been riding in work at home and says that he's been in good form. If he is in the sort of form that he showed when he won this race 2 years ago, then he will have a very serious chance. His ratings obviously dropped in the last 12 months or so, but at his best, he would have a very, very good chance. Behind him, you'll find horse number 2, which is Gold Silver. Pat Dobbs will be riding this horse, who has been doing his most recent running, albeit back in January, on the turf. Not been in the best of form, and his actual official rating leaves him with a bit to find in this sort of company. And then we drop back and find horse number 4. Now, this is a horse that we saw just a couple of weeks ago, and that, of course, is Canai de Faust, who came from behind with a storming run to beat Muthaber, who's also in opposition today. Looked really well. From the moment came into the pre-parade ring, Canal de Faust looked on really good terms with sort of lovely coat on him, looks nice and relaxed, but alert enough in the eyes. And I think that will be, Canal de Faust will be a big player this evening. Let's drop back and find horse number 6, which is Majdi, who was behind another horse who was behind Canal de Faust last time out. Didn't run too badly, was beaten in enough of a way to say that you wouldn't be very confident of being able to overturn the form from that run 2 weeks ago. And then behind Majdi, we find horse number 7, which is Muthaber, who was just behind Canal de Faust, just a short head on that occasion. Looked for a while that Muthaber was going to win on that occasion. Drawn in stall 12, that's going to be awkward this evening, so a little bit of a task to overcome, but he has gone forward in the past, and going forward again must be the order of the day. Behind that, number 8, Nahab, Oscar Chavez riding for Saif Al-Marar, a horse who was beaten a long way on his return to action at Al Ain at the beginning of this month, so a bit to find on his most recent form. So those are some of the horses we're seeing, certainly at this end of the saddling area, and the others we shall try and catch up with when they make their way into the paddock. But very shortly, Hiab Al Zaman will be heading out into the paddock, but then down to the start before the rest.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on course to Meydan here for meeting number 2 of the season. Runners are heading into the parade here for the first event. It is our first group race of the season, and also at Meydan, the Group 2 Bani Yas to kick us off for the first of 7 as we head into the mounting yard. Number 1 is AF Alajaj. Tiger O'Shea and Ernst Ortel combine here for Khalid Khalifa Al Nabuda. He was a winner of this race 2 seasons ago, and the grey comes back hoping to pick up one more. He draws the ace. Number 2, Gold Silver. Pat Dobbs rides here for Ibrahim Asil. He's a runner who has a rating of 95. He's a little lower than a few of these in this event, but has to also overcome the fact that he will be first up into the race. We haven't seen him since the 18th of January of this year. Our winner of 2 weeks ago, number 4 in Canal de Fost, is the next horse that we have a look at, off a rating of 96. This one here for Adil Muchahi, who's having a great season so far. Sandro Paiva partners once again. We'll hopefully see him getting back and flashing late, much like 2 weeks ago. Number 5 is our next horse in Ma here for Yas Racing, one of 3 runners for the connections. This one, Ray Dawson, rides for Majid El Jahuri, a one-time winner from 11 starts, and a horse who comes into this second up after a run down the straight at a lane on his first up for the campaign. Number 6 is Majdi. He'll wear the white cap here. Jules Mobian rides for Eric Lamartinel, the one-time winner from 13 starts. He was in that race there behind Canal de Fost. He ran 4th, beaten 11.25 lengths. He would need to improve a little bit on the last start. Number 7 is Muthabir. Connor Beasley for Royal Cavalry Oman. Ibrahim Al Hadrami draws a little wide here in gate number 12. Was beaten a short head by Canal de Fost here only 2 weeks ago. Number 8 is the next horse we have a look at in Nahab for Abu Dhabi Racing. Oscar Chavez rides here for Saif Al Murrah. Yet to break through with only a second so far to his name from 9 starts, but comes into this off a rating of 90. He's one of the lower rated horses in the event. The winner of last year, Najam Al Wathbar. We haven't seen him since the Group 2 Bani Yas of last year also. So it is almost a year to the day since we've seen him run in this event. He comes in off a rating of 115. Silvestre de Souza partners for Majid El Jahuri. Number 10, Rams Muscat. He was very good to the line, being beaten by AF Yatwi, but held his own for Ibrahim Al Hadrami last start at a lane. This is a taller order though. RB Moneymaker, the son of Nashwan Al Khaladia. Hamad Al Murrah having a great season so far. Bernardo Pinheiro does the riding here. A little disappointing in his run at a lane last start. A horse who fired fresh last season. Hopefully we see him improve second up. And last but not least, to unleash the 12 here, Jabba Bitar and Richard Mullen combine. He'll need to show some speed like we've seen him do in the past here from 11 to go over and lead. He comes off a rating of 111 here and was beaten by Aerostella Guard at Group 1 Company last time out by 2.75 lengths. Hopefully he can find some of that form. A 19th length winner here in the early part of last year. So riders are climbing aboard and making their way to the tunnel here and out to the 1400 for the start of the Group 2 Bani Yas. And last but not least is our final horse in Haib Al-Zaman. He is the last horse to make his way out here. Adri de Vries does the riding here for Fauzinas. And he is the last horse here who will come out a little late here. For Victoria's Stable, the 7-year-old Entai by Halal Al-Zaman is hoping to make an impression here off a rating of 113. He is our highest rated horse, or second highest rated horse in the race, and he has won 5 from 14 so far, but is looking for further ground later in the prep.
Well, we are both honoured and delighted that PHI Advertising are sponsoring the Best Turned Out Award for all 7 races this evening. And in our first race, the Bani Yas, it has gone to horse number 9, Najm Al Wathbar, who won this race 12 months ago. Najm Al Wathbar is looked after by Banwar Singh, and he is currently in the winner's enclosure alongside Hamdan Essa representing PHI Advertising. Congratulations to Banwar Singh. Best of luck to Najm Al Wathbar in our opening race, the Bani Yas. And our thanks to PHI Advertising for their support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. So he won the race 12 months ago. He's already been voted the best turned out horse courtesy of PHI Advertising, Najm Al Wathbar. All the signs are positive so far. But of course we haven't seen Najm Al Wathbar on the track since he won this race 12 months ago. So that's a little bit of a question mark. However, a repeat of his defeat over Nadal Shiba last year will put him in with a very good chance of success. But there is a question mark. He looked pretty well beforehand, but of course the proof will be in the pudding when he's tested this evening, because the opposition is, at least we have a couple of horses we've seen running recently. We saw that Kanai de Faust managed to beat Muthaber and 1 or 2 others in behind on that occasion, and 2 weeks ago. So you know that that is a horse that comes into this race in good form. Let's pick up on the horse that I thought Pat was quite keen on. We'll come to that in just a moment, Unleashed. But here's Hiab Al-Zaman, who I mentioned earlier on, not seen since December last year. So similar to Najm Al Watba, has to come back from that bit of a layoff, representing Fawzi Nas and Adra de Vries, drawn in stall 10. Has been taken down to post very calmly. Hiab Al Zaman taken down a little bit late as well. Connections doing all they can to just keep him nice and relaxed, following the pony down to the start. Hiab Al Zaman, one of the leading horses in this race, according to the ratings, only beaten 2 lengths by RB Rich Like Me back in December, and that sort of form will put him right in the mix in this event. Pat gave a positive mention to Unleashed earlier on. There's various bits of form for Unleashed. Obviously, this race this evening is over the distance of 1,400 metres, and this horse ran a really good race to win by 19 lengths here. Admittedly, the class wasn't quite up to what we're facing this evening. But back in February, produced an outstanding performance to win that conditions race by 19 lengths. Majdi, who also runs in this race this evening, was 19 lengths behind Unleashed. Obviously, in a couple of runs after that, both on dirt and turf in the highest company, just struggled a little bit. But the impression of that success here at Meydan back in February is still fresh in the mind. Two years ago, this race was won by Alajaj. He's just getting a little bit warm around his neck area and his shoulders and chest. And 2 years ago, this horse produced one of his best performances when he won this race. And then last year, unfortunately, he just never really hit the heights. But I was really encouraged by what Tiger Shea was saying earlier on when we had the opportunity to speak to him, that he's been able to sit on Alajaj at home and he's in good form. He looked really well, looked set and fit to run his absolute best today. So hopefully, if he's in the sort of form that saw him win this race a couple of years ago, from stall number 1, I think Alajaj must be a leading contender. Number 11 has also got a little bit worked up. That's RB Moneymaker for Bernardo Pineda and trainer Hamad Al-Marar. He's just got a bit warm, but hopefully he'll be able to show his best. And this horse ran a pretty decent comeback race, admittedly beaten a fair way at Al Ain over the minimum trip of 5 furlongs. That was at the beginning of this month. And again, similarly on official ratings, will have to improve a fair bit to catch up with some of the others. One horse who looked really well in the pre-parade ring, and indeed when he came into the parade ring, and seems to have taken the preliminaries in his stride, is number 10, Rams Muscat. Looked in really good terms with himself, got a lovely coat on him, lovely and relaxed. Ran at Al Ain over 1,800 metres a couple of weeks ago. That wasn't a bad run, only beaten, well, ultimately beaten 9+ lengths, but it was a good comeback run. First start since April. And that previous run had been on the turf, but this horse probably just a bit better on the dirt. And that was a really good effort at Al Ain, obviously dropping back a little bit in trip. Hopefully, I think should be able to cope with that, because obviously won at Jebel Ali over 1,400 metres just about 10 months or so ago. So just on appearances, I thought Rams Muscat looked pretty well. They are loading up for our opening race of the evening. The Bani Yas, sponsored by Nikhil. 1 or 2 horses have got a little bit warm, but it is a warm evening. One man who is always cool, calm, and collected. It's Pat Compton.
Thank you, Rishi. I was wondering you were going to say one man who's always warm. It is nice and balmy this morning. It's taken me a little bit to cool down, but we are looking forward to tonight's races, and it is certainly starting to cool down. A little bit of haze here in the as the sun has started to set here in Dubai, but we are under beautiful racing conditions, and it will only improve as we get further into the night. This is the Group 2 Bani Yas, our purebred Arabians race for the evening. And we do have about half a dozen left to load. Mahir was a little bit late to the gates, making his way down all the way to about the 800-metre mark, but has eventually made his way back down the back straight to the 1400-metre mark start. So walking forward, Majdi, one of 3 runners here for Yas Racing, including the last year winner of this race in Najm Al Wathbar. Here's the last start winner, Canal de Fost. Hopefully he can repeat his actions of 2 weeks ago. And he was laid out to the mounting yard, Haib Al Zaman, but he will be one of the last ones to load forward. Group 2, Bani Yas, set to run. There we go, racing. Alajaj a little slow from the inside, going back in the early stages with Nahab, and in that back clump as well, Haib Al Zaman, Muthabir. Canal de Fost working back in the field also as RB Moneymaker goes up to the lead and takes over and leads clearly down the back section of the course. 3 lengths on Najm Al Wathbar. Alajaj recovers to 3rd, followed there next over by Mahir. Then came to their outside in 5th was Nahab, followed there by deeper out Rams Muscat. Then came Majdi. He was just better than midfield from Gold, Silver, Haib Al Zaman. Canal de Fost starting to be sooled along in the back of the field, 3rd to last from Unleashed. He's in the worst spot possible here for a horse who likes to be up on speed. He's at the back and he's being pushed along with Muthabir. As they come past the 650, RB Moneymaker makes play, makes every post a winner here. Alajaj has had to do a bit of work in the early stages, eventually gets up to 2nd. Najm Al Wathbar stalks the leader. From next in running there was Mahir, and the best of the rest was Gold, Silver as they swing the bend now. RB Moneymaker, Hamad Al Miraz had a great start to the season. Can he continue it on here as well? 2 lengths on Alajaj, who boxes on. Deeper out on the course here. Mahir starts to work into the race with Najm Al Shahama. Mahir's going to make this a race here for RB Moneymaker, who looks to lead all the way. RB Moneymaker leading the way here from Mahir, who continues to etch into the margin, but he might have run out of real estate here. RB Moneymaker continuing on here. RB Moneymaker, a Group 2 winner in the Bani Yas. RB Moneymaker, gate to wire. Mahir Brave in 2nd. Canal de Fost has flashed home into the money. Followed there next over by Alajaj. Then came Najm Al Wathbar, and getting home well also was Unleashed, despite being off the bit a long way from home. Following them there was Majdi. Then came Muthabir from Haib Al Zaman, who never made an impression. Gold Silver was next over from Rams Muscat, and the last one home, Nahab. He certainly looked like one of the horses that had run his race in the late stages and also heading into the late stages before the race had begun. He was getting nice, hot and bothered here, RB Moneymaker, but he goes on to get the win here. Bernardo Pinheiro sending him to the front, and Hamad Al Miraz having a season start to remember here in 24-25.
What an impressive performance from RB Moneymaker under Bernardo Pinheiro, and a confident ride as well from Bernardo Pinheiro. Thought turning for home, given the speed that RB Moneymaker had gone in the early part of the race, that he might have been a bit vulnerable in the closing stages to the finishers, but actually he stuck on so well. And it was fairly plain sailing in the home straight, despite the fact that Mahir was closing him down. Good effort from Alajaj. It's tight for 3rd and 4th between Alajaj and Canal de Fost, as previously Canal de Fost has actually got at 3rd, just ahead of Alajaj, and Najm Al Wathbar was back in 5th. But I thought the pace and the amount of energy used by RB Moneymaker in the first furlong and a half or so of the race might have told late on. This horse, who has got plenty of pace, had been running over 5 furlongs on his last few starts, had that comeback run at Alain over 5 furlongs at the beginning of the month, and certainly used that pace in the early part of this race, the first 2 furlongs, to come across from stall 8, take the lead. Then, under a clever ride from Bernardo Pinheiro, he was able to just calm things down, turning for hold, and then into the home straight, just found a little bit more. It looked here as if Alajaj was coming with a good run as Najm Al Wathbar started to tire, and then on the outside, Mahir in the black cap started to make good ground, and Mahir looked a real live threat at this stage. But all credit to RB Moneymaker, who kept pulling out a little bit more and a little bit more. And in the end, the others couldn't really land any sort of significant blow on this 5-year-old, who has won fairly comfortably in the end. Plenty of pace early on and a really good attitude in the closing stages. RB Moneymaker wins the Bani Yas, our opening race.
Well, hasn't it been a start here for Hamad Al Mirah? He's picked up winners at almost every track in the UAE so far, and RB Moneymaker adds to that tally with a Meydan winner early in the season. Numbers across the line. Race 1, the Bani Yas, 11, 5, 4 and 1. 11, 5, 4 and 1 unofficial numbers. RB Moneymaker, the winner, 131.8 winner's time. And the unofficial margins, 1.5 by 2.5 lengths. 11, 5, 4, 1, race 1.
Here comes the winner of the Bani Yas, sponsored by Nikhil, ridden by Bernardo Pinero, trained by Hamad Al Mirah in the colors of Hamad Ali Mushed Kamla Al Mirah. A round of applause for your winner of the Bani Yas, RB Moneymaker. So Bernardo Pinero has just weighed in. Congratulations, Bernardo. I wanted to ask you about the early part of the race, because it looked to me you were going about 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, this horse is a truly sprinter. I rode him for first time out in the season in Alain in a 5 furlong. We thought he was a bit heavy. Discussed with the trainer, he asked my opinion in a couple of things that we could improve with the horse to try go 7 furlong, as there is no many sprint race for them. Couple of weeks later, he said the horse handled very well our plan, and that he was improving and doing well. But you know, in the end of the day, when it comes to the races, still a question mark about the 7 furlong. But you know, I have to use his main quality, that his speed. So I was very positive from the gates. I jumped, I let him rolling, and I just let him do his own pace in front. Yes, the pace was fast. Yeah. I didn't let him breathe much, but you know, as a sprinter, they have just one breath, and I used that.
I love the fact that it appeared that he found more in the closing stages, showed an amazing attitude when the others came to challenge.
Yeah, you know, I always try to save something for the finish. When I felt coming pressure from outside, I just put the whip in the left, the horse switched the legs, breathed a bit, and he came back well.
Excellent ride, well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for our opening race of the evening. The Bani Yas, sponsored by Nikhil, and we are delighted to have Khalifa bin Aboud Al Falesi, board member of Dubai Racing Club, who'll be making part of the presentation on behalf of Nikhil for our opening race. And first of all, we'd like to welcome up our winning owner, or at least representing our winning owner. Can we have a round of applause for Gabriel Zelensky? And next, representing the winning trainer, Hamad Al-Marad, put your hands together for Shoaib Idkan and Maliha. What's your name, young man? Miguel. And an outstanding ride from the man on board, Bernardo Pinero, coming forward to receive his prize, but along with him is his sister Giovanna and nephew Miguel. And we invite everyone back up onto the stage for one more time for the photo. Our thanks once again to Nikhil for their sponsorship of tonight's races. And our congratulations to everyone involved with RB Moneymaker, winner of the Bani Yas, sponsored by Nikhil.
Something extraordinary must be built. An island crafted on top of
And welcome back here to the parade as we get set here for our second event of the evening. It is for the 2-year-old colts and geldings. We do have a field of 7 runners. Let's head to number 1, African Candy. Daniel Tudhope and Masaba El Maheri. He's a 2-year-old colt by Twirling Candy. The stable looking to pick up both of the 2-year-old colts and geldings races after a good win by Awab 2 weeks ago. African Candy, another debutant, stepping out for the yard. Number 2, Dark Saffron. He makes his Meydan debut after a debut performance at Jebel Ali for Ahmed bin Hamish and Connor Beasley. The 2-year-old gelding by Flame Away is the only horse who comes into this with race day experience. Number 3 is one of 3 runners here for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan and Salam bin Gadaya. The first one is Exculpation. He's a 2-year-old colt by Blame, and Jose Santiago will do the riding. He draws the ace.
Stand the judge.
Number 4, Gallant Blade, is the next horse we look at. Javier Ziani rides, the 2-year-old colt by Maximum Security. He'll spot the black cap here from gate number 3. Number 5 is Malhoof, a 2-year-old colt by Authentic. Ben Cohen rides for Michael Costa on debut. He carries 57 kilos here, does draw the widest gate. He's coming from 7 of 7 in the small field over 1,200 metres. Bupatsima saddles up undefeated here, the 2-year-old colt by Vacoma. Tygo Shea will do the riding for Saeed Sahel. A nice, impressive performance at the Meydan trials in the lead-up to this debut run. And the final runner is a horse who caught the eye at the trials, certainly the pick of the Bin Gadai camp. That is Vivido, the 2-year-old colt by Uncle Lino. And Bernardo Pinero looks for an early double on the program after taking out the first.
Hi, how are you? Fine? Good. Just be careful when you are going this maybe sometime. Yeah. Because first time he will be walking all this way. Yeah. Okay.
My fault if you lose, it's your fault if you win.
Glad you're wearing the Irish green. How's Caroline? She's still in sick bay?
She got temperature, but she's better.
Yeah, it is quite loud, right? I guess he's had 2 trials here too, so yeah. Probably going to help him a little bit.
pace of living, something extraordinary must be built. An island, crafted on top of the waves, leaving you feeling unmistakably, unforgettably inspired.
We are getting ready for the Best Turned Out award for our second race. It is sponsored by PHI Advertising. Some famous faces hanging around the paddock at the moment, including World Cup winning trainer Bhupat Seema, alongside him one of the great female riders ever in the world, Chantal Sutherland here, and very shortly, hopefully, we'll be seeing her on horseback at some point before long. But we are having our Best Turned Out award presentation, and Hamdan Essa is in the paddock representing PHI Advertising, and he's presenting the award to Lachman Singh, who looks after Malhoof in our second race. Best of luck to Malhoof, and congratulations to Lachman Singh, and our thanks to PHI Advertising for their sponsorship of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. There is Bhupat Seema's runner, undefeated, making his way down to the start under Tiger O'Shea. This horse who cost $200,000 as a 2-year-old by Vekoma. His dam is related to a stakes winner in the US, and he's a half-sister to a couple of listed stakes winners as well. He was second in a barrier trial at Meydan just recently, and clearly representing this sort of stable, costing that sort of money. He will have an obvious chance, but we just don't know how good these horses are, even those that have seen action on the racecourse in a competitive race under rules. Still lots of improvement to come from all these horses in this, our second race, our first for the thoroughbreds this evening. Horse number 1 is African Candy, who represents Musaba Al-Maheri, who's already had a smart 2-year-old winner. That was a couple of weeks ago. This horse cost a lot of money as well, $190,000 as a 2-year-old. Comes from a good family, and I know that Pat is keen on his chances.
Yeah, look, I think he really is a good chance on the card here, Rishi. He has come from the right yard in Musab Al-Maheri. He's had great work over the last few seasons in being able to try and get these horses firing as early in their career as possible. I mean, we saw 12 months ago the likes of Al Nassib come out and win in electric fashion, funnily enough, against Garcia, who we'll see a little bit later on in the program. But the right yard, they seem to get them going early, and Daniel Tudhope on board here, who was aboard a Wab 2 weeks ago. So hopefully this one going just as good.
Next horse we're focusing on is number 5, Malhoof, who I thought would potentially run a good race representing Michael Costa. We know how well the Michael Costa team are going so far this season. This horse cost $300,000 as a yearling. He's by the Kentucky Derby winner Authentic, and he's a half-brother to a couple of good horses. His dam is also quite well related. He's had a couple of runs in barrier trials, so hopefully he will come forward first time up into a competitive race. As I said, he represents a stable who've made a bright start to the season here in the UAE. Horse number 7 is Vivido for Salim bin Gadaya. Bernardo Pinheiro is looking for a quick double, having produced quite a smart, clever ride in our opening race, an RB moneymaker. And this horse cost $95,000 as a 2-year-old. He's like Uncle Lino. His dam was a half-sister to a multiple stakes winner in the US, and he's also had a barrier trial. I wouldn't personally pay enormous amount of attention to it. I think it's just nice for those horses to get out and have a run. He was 4th in his barrier trial. But the important thing is they get a bit of experience, understand what it's like to go into sort of race conditions. But they're not asked for maximum effort in these events, but hopefully it's a positive experience for them, and Vivido will get a bit more of an idea of what he truly is capable of tonight. Horse number 2 has been in action already, and that was Dark Saffron, who ran at Jebel Ali, just the 3 runners. He finished 2nd of 3 in that race. Sure, he's going to come on for it. He also has quite an attractive pedigree. At least he was under race conditions. Whether he will be good enough will only be found out tonight. It's a race where there are a huge number of imponderables for all these horses, but at least we know that Dark Saffron has been out in racing conditions. Didn't do too badly. And there is number 4, Gallant Blade, another for the Salim bin Gadaya team. Xavier Zayani is on board. Now this horse was last of 4 in his only start in a maiden at Jebel Ali just a few days ago. He's going to have to improve significantly for that, but it's quite possible that run at Jebel Ali might bring him significantly forward. So another learning experience for Gallant Blade tonight. And finally, another from the Salim bin Gadaya, the final horse representing his team is Exculpation, who cost $150,000 as a 2-year-old. He's by Blade, who is a top-class horse in the States. His dam was half-sister to a stakes winner, and he was last of 4 in his barrier trial at Jebel Ali. Who knows how much he is going to improve for his first race in race conditions. We're about to find out a lot about these colts in our first race for thoroughbreds, so let's head up and join Pat.
Thank you, Rishi. Exciting race for the juveniles here, and we'll see the fillies a little bit later on in the program. Race number 7 of the evening, as Vivido moves forward into line along with Undefeated. He's just come into international market favouritism. Gallant Blade will load away here in the black cap. Here's Dark Saffron, the only one with race experience. African Candy to load forward along with Exculpation, and Malhoof will be the last one to come forward. And will be set to go as Malhoof takes his place in 7. Set to run. Racing. Malhoof leapt up in the air, cost himself a half. Going back in the early stages was Exculpation. He was slow out. Dark Saffron's going to go up to an early lead here. From up on the outside, Gallant Blade. Vivido tracks the leader in 3rd. Pace is good. African Candy 4th from Undefeated, who's being nudged along here in the early stages. Malhoof 2nd to last, and the last one was Exculpation. So the 7 make their way past the 800 metres. Dark Saffron leads them. He's racing a little bit keen up in front. Vivido up on his heels there in 2nd. Behind him, Gallant Blade 3rd. African Candy next. Undefeated soared along out wider. Malhoof cuts the corner. Last of all there was Exculpation as they come into the straight. Dark Saffron's got a nice little cheeky break on them here. 3 lengths on the outside, running up into 2nd. Gallant Blade. African Candy boxes on out wider. He looks a definite threat if he decides to run straight here, but Dark Saffron getting further and further in front. Dark Saffron coming clear here in the late stages, running on into the minor placings. African Candy Undefeated when it is all too late. Dark Saffron coming down to the line here, a big winner. Into the past the 16th pole, he's half a dozen clear of African Candy, who runs on well, but Dark Saffron gets the job done. Dark Saffron, 4.5 on the line. African Candy from undefeated and 4th, potentially exculpation in a photo with Gallant Blade. Malhoof cost himself a little bit there at the start. He was on the back foot from the get-go, and the last one home for Vito. Plain and simple, just got away from them. Great performance in behind African Candy, undefeated. He'll learn plenty from that, but straight up in front, Connor Beasley pressed the button and left them for dead. And it was the just that break that he had. They gave him too much of a job, did Dark Saffron, to reel them in. And Ahmed bin Hamish gets a win here with this runner at career start number 2.
Well, that was a smart effort from Dark Saffron, and clearly he learned a lot from his first run at Jebel Ali. He was quite well away from the gates, and that proved crucial because he was able to get over to the rail and set what was, I think, for Connor Beasley, a pace that he was happy enough to set in the early part of the race. Exculpation, who was at the back of the field in the yellow, has made up some yellow cap in the blue colours, has made up some good ground. Undefeated, was always trapped out wide through the race, but he's made up some nice ground to finish back in 3rd. And African Candy has also stayed on nicely, and he's finished 2nd. But in no way were there any dangers whatsoever to Dark Saffron, who has dominated this race really from start to finish. Nothing else got into it. And African Candy taking 2nd, undefeated 3rd, Exculpation in 4th, and no doubt horses in behind will improve the experience. You certainly expect that. The likes of African Candy and undefeated, and even Exculpation, who's last as we turn for home in that yellow cap, but he made up some good ground. However, this is what experience does under racing conditions. African Candy and undefeated, obviously like a few others in this race, making their debut, and they were running a little bit green, a little bit wide. But Dark Saffron, with that run at Jebel Ali under his belt, has stepped forward enormously, and he has powered away in, I imagine, fractions that would have certainly suited him the way Connor Beasley rode him from the front, and he finished the race off quite strongly in comparison to his rivals, who were never able to land a blow. That was a pretty smart effort, 2nd time up, no doubt. The others in behind will also improve for the run. You saw Malhoof down on the rail, was just struggling to hold this position, and he sort of checked out a little bit tamely in the end, finished 1 from behind, and Vivido was the horse who came home last of all. But Dark Saffron wins for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish, and he has taken quite a significant step forward from his first run at Jebel Ali.
As the runners return to the parade here in the 2nd event, the Como Residences over 1,200 metres, unofficial numbers 2, 1, 6, 3. 2, 1, 6 and 3. Dark Saffron, your unofficial winner. Winner's time 1:11.38, margin 4 3/4 by 3 lengths. 2, 1, 6, 3, race 2.
Well done, sir. Excuse me. Can you just
Our second race this evening was the Como Residences, sponsored by Nakheel. And your winner, ridden by Connor Beasley, trained by Ahmad bin Hamash, and owned by Mr. Mohammed Ahmad Ali Al Sabusi, is Dark Saffron. But Connor Beasley weighing in after that impressive success from Dark Saffron. It's pretty obvious, Connor, that he's improved from that first run, but was it the improvement you were expecting?
To be honest, a big credit has to go to Saif Al-Balushi, because he rides him every morning, and he's been telling the boss that he has improved from Jebel Ali. So a big thank you to Saif, because he wouldn't be the easiest on the morning, and he puts up with a lot. And to be fair, just shown there, obviously he has come on a lot from Jebel Ali, and I think he could be a smart horse going forward.
Yeah, he also looked quite professional in the race, because he broke well from the gate, settled nicely in front, and seemed, just looking from here, that did all the fractions that you wanted.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, obviously, he's the only one in there with race experience, and obviously Jebel Ali, a sharp enough track. You've got to be out the gates and going. But for all there was only 3 runners that day. He's obviously come forward a lot, and he was pretty sharp from the gates, and didn't want to break his stride, and he's the only one there with experience, so he used that to good use.
Well done.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second presentation of the evening following the running of the Como Residences sponsored by Nakheel. And we'd like to welcome up onto the stage to make the presentation Miss Mariam Juma Al-Falazi, the Chief Operating Officer for Dubai Holding Real Estate. A warm round of applause. The winner of our race in magnificent style was Dark Saffron, trained by Ahmad bin Amash, ridden by Connor Beasley, and owned by Mr. Mohammed Ahmad Ali Al Sabusi. Representing the winning owner, put your hands together for Maktoum Sultan Sabusi, Mohammed bin Harmash, Hamdan bin Harmash, and Essa Al Marzoui. Congratulations.
Truly push the boundaries of living. Something extraordinary must be built. An island, crafted on top of the waves, leaving you feel unmistakably, unforgettably inspired.
Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen, guess what it's time for? Our first edition tonight of Faces at the Races! All you've got to do is put on your best, most beautiful smile. And as I've said many times before, it doesn't matter if you've got any teeth, some people don't. All you've got to do is give us your best smile. And you could win 500 dirhams. You have to make your way to Concourse B. But in a second, we will focus on our first winner of Face. Hello. Look at that smile. And he's also got teeth. What a bonus. I'm not sure what sort of jockey he's going to be, but he'll have 500 dirhams coming his way. Congratulations to that man. All you've got to do is head to Concourse B, find your way there, and you'll pick up your prize. Our first winner of Faces at the Races tonight. We've still got more to come. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome to the parade here for race number 3. We get set here for the biggest field of the night. It is the Palm Jebel Ali over the 1400 metres. And our first horse, Tawala, Michael Costa and Ben Cohen for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. He's got a good gait, comes in with some form from overseas and a third placing on the grass in his first UAE start, beaten 2 3/4 lengths. Jumeirah Bay's start to the season certainly wasn't as good as we would have hoped. Beaten 23 lengths at Jebel Ali in a 0 to 90. Comes to a more suitable track here in this upcoming event. And Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs combine here with the 7-year-old gelding by Sayuni. El Introvertido, one of multiple runners here for Fauzi Nas and Golf Racing Club LLC. Pat Cosgrave rides from a wide draw, a one-time winner from 11 starts. Number 4 is out. Number 5, Urgent Appeal. Simon Cock for Rashid Borsley. 3-time winner from 12 starts. We did see him at Sharjah, beaten a distance in the first leg of the Jebel Ali Sprint Series. He returns to the races on a 5-day backup. Number 7 is Condor Passer, another one for Fauzi Nas and Golf Club Racing Club LLC. Number 1 rider in Ardri de Vries jumps aboard this runner here from gate 5. 4 runs in the top 3 in 8 starts, with those 1 win to his name. Last seen at the races in early March of this year, where he was 4.5 off poster paint. Tolmount's not only got the race experience so far, the race fitness I should say, from this season, but also a race win under his name as well. Taking out the last race 2 weeks ago, the son of Dabawi, after a nice on-speed performance. He searches for his 5th win tonight at career start number 31. Number 9 is Meydan for Shadwell. Doug Watson and Sam Hitchcock combine here. He's won nearly 600,000 dirham in his career, has the 9-year-old gelding by Invincible Spirit. Will have to be good though from the wide gate. He's drawn very unkindly. Number 10, Shah Baby, Daniel Tudhope for Mr. Ahmed Al Sheikh and trainer Ahmed Al Shamaili. This horse has had 6 runs, one of the lighter horses with the lightest amount of starts in this field. 6 starts for 1 win, and that win came at Jebel Ali back in December of 2023. Doug Watson with a big team of runners here. Silvestre de Souza jumps aboard Atlantic Sky, the 6-year-old gelding by Shamadal. He hasn't been seen at Meydan since late February of this year, where he was down the track, beaten a distance. He would need to improve. Number 12, Good Measure, comes out. Number 13 is our next horse, Shy May. This one here for Akbar Ashore, off a rating of 75. Jose Santiago will ride from a middle alley. This one for Adele Resort. Two runners here for Sky Racing, the first being Gamekeeper for Ahmed bin Hamish, looking for a race-to-race double. Connor Beasley jumps on board, draws a nice gate in 4, the son of Blue Point. $15, Trip to Rome for Osama Rafai. Case El Basaidi does the riding here, gets the claim of a kilo and a half. He's having career start 13. $16, King's Fountain. He'll spot the yellow cap for Sky Racing. Ahmed bin Hamish. Saif Al Balushi will do the riding on the 3-year-old gelding by Too Darn Hot. Yet to get in the money here in his 5 starts to date overseas. 17, Sendid, the second of the Borsley runners here. Andrew Slattery will ride here, the 8-year-old gelding by Shamadal. Lightly raced for his age, 23 starts, 3 wins and 4 minors. But has been beaten at distance in most of his runs recently. He was in the Jebel Ali, UAE Sprint Series first leg. He was beaten a distance behind Morning, much like his stablemate in the race, Urgent Appeal. He backs up after 5 days. We're getting down to the bottom of the list here. Only a few more to go. Chosen Mark for Mr. Ali Haddad, Ahmed Al Shamali. The reserve gets a run here off a rating of 72. Has been beaten down the track his last few and would have to improve an inconsiderable amount of lengths. And 18 was an earlier run off to the gates. Fall of Rome for Tygo Shea and Bhupat Seema. And he'll make his way out very, very shortly as the runners get set for the third event.
Truly push the boundaries of living, something extraordinary must be built. An island, crafted on top of the waves, leaving you feeling unmistakably, unforgettably inspired.
It is time for our Best Turned Out Horse Award, sponsored by PHI Advertising. It's gone to horse number 2, Jumeirah Bey, who's looked after by Mira Khan, who is in the winner's enclosure now, along with Hamdan Essa representing PHI Advertising, and he's receiving his prize of 650 dirhams. Congratulations to Mira Khan. Good luck to Jumeirah Bey. Let's have a big smile from Mira Khan. There it is. And our thanks to PHI Advertising for their support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. And best of luck to Jumeirah Bey in our upcoming race. Quite a big field for our third race of the evening, this 7-furlong handicap, the Palm Jebel Ali, sponsored by Nakheel. We're seeing Tawala just making his way down to the start for the Michael Costa team. The horse who's done all his racing on turf to date. He's by Invincible Spirit. He's bred for the turf, but obviously he's now stable with Michael Costa, so he'll be getting a little bit of experience, certainly in his work at home, getting himself set for his dirt debut today. He's had that one run at Abu Dhabi when he was third over the trip of 7 furlongs, but that was on turf. His form in the UK, including when he won at Kempton on the all-weather back in June of last year, certainly showed some speed, and that's to his credit, because he'll need that speed when racing on the dirt here at Meydan, and it will certainly be a handy weapon to have in his arsenal. But he still will have to prove today that he will enjoy this surface. One horse who, if he runs to his best, then perhaps he will also have a pretty good chance. This is Fall of Rome. He's also got a dirt pedigree primarily. He's by Frankel. He won at Abu Dhabi back in April. Prior to that, he'd run well at Jebel Ali on the dirt there. He's had a few months off. He's back in action. First run since April. Looks an obvious contender for Tiger Shea. Bupat Sima, drawn well in stall 2. If he can take a handy position, then he must make the shortlist. Horse number 9 is Meydan, like Tawala. He is by Invincible Spirit. He has won over course and distance 3 times. Probably not quite at his best at the back end of last season here at Meydan, when he finished down to field 6th. This is his first run since. He's drawn in stall 12, so a little bit of a challenge to overcome from that position. And I just think first time up, he might just need it. However, he certainly has the form, and he certainly goes well over this course and distance here at Meydan. The runners are loading up. This is a very competitive race. We know that obviously Tolmount won a couple of weeks ago. He's gone up in the handicap for that, but clearly is in good heart. Perhaps he'll go forward from stall 6. I think that's probably his best style. Also worth paying attention to how El Introvertido runs for the Forzi Nas stable. Obviously had that run at Jebel Ali earlier this month. That was his first start since the end of last season, so hopefully he'll come forward for that, but he's got an awkward draw in stall 13. So, competitive field. Be interesting to see how Tawala goes first time on the dirt for the informed team of Michael Costa and Ben Cohen. Let's head up to Pat, who's preparing himself for the call of race 3.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rishi. It's an interesting race, isn't it? So many form lines to tie in. Tawala, he is the big question mark, isn't he? Whether or not that form from the UK will translate over here. As we mentioned in the preview, he's had plenty of time to find his feet here, and I'm sure Michael Costa's given him plenty of opportunity to get used to the surface, albeit either here or Jebel Ali, but just dirt in general, as we know that it can be quite different to the stuff back in Europe. Here's Shaimei coming forward, Chosen Mark coming up into his outside stall. Meydan loads forward here for Shadwell. And we're locked and loaded and ready to go here. Nice big field for us, the third event set to run. Racing. They broke to a very nice line. Shaimei pressing forward early. Shah Baby, Tawala out fast, along with Gamekeeper. Next there was Condor Passer, Fall of Rome, and also on the inside, Trip to Rome. Then came next in running Urgent Appeal, Meydan. Deeper out on the course, Al Introvertido, followed by King's Fountain, Jumeirah Bay, Atlantic Sky. 3 lengths back to Chosen Mark and Sendi, the last one. So down the back they go. Tawala makes play up in front here and leads the way first quarter 24.13 as they make their way to the top of the straight. Top of the back, I should say. Half a length here. On next in running there was Gamekeeper. He sits second. Followed there deeper out on the course by Condor Passer, Trip to Rome, Fall of Rome up on the inside. Then came King's Fountain, followed by Shaimei, Atlantic Sky, Jumeirah Bay. Urgent Appeal on the back of the first clump, and dropping away now with Shah Baby along with Sendi, Chosen Mark, and out of it now is Al Introvertido. They swing the bend. Tawala leads a half length here. Gamekeeper the outside. Third third in running here, Condor Passer. Coming off their back now for a run at them was Fall of Rome, and deeper out Atlantic Sky. Taking over the running now in the late stages, Gamekeeper, Tawala beaten out the outside there, running on in the late stages, Trip to Rome, and working through the late stages as well, King's Fountain. Sky Racing 1 and 2. What a start to the career here for the juveniles. It's Gamekeeper though who's going to come clear for Connor Beasley, and he's going to go on and win by 3 lengths. Beats home King's Fountain. Sky Racing, a race to remember. Third across the line there was Trip to Rome, followed by next over Atlantic Sky. Next over there was Jumeirah Bay, Meydan from Condor Pastor, Fall of Rome, Tawala dropped away. Sendi, Chosen Mark, Shy May, and Tolmount never made a factor or an impression in the late stages. Urgent Appeal was next from Al Introvert Tito, and Shah Baby the last one home. That's how you wanted to start there for your brand new horses into the yard. Sky Racing 1 and 2, Ahmed bin Hamish 1 and 2. Stable pick up an early double on the program. Connor Beasley picks the right horse in the stable to jump on board. Gamekeeper, the 3-year-old by Blue Point. Breeding very, very dear to the hearts of many here in the United Arab Emirates. And he goes on to win off a rating of 75. A 75 rater no longer. 14, 16, 15 and 2. 14, 16, 15 and 2. Winner's time 124.99. Unofficial margins 3.5 a neck. Gamekeeper, what a start.
Yes, Gamekeeper by Blue Point out of Gamalati. Many will remember Gamalati being a very useful horse in the Godolphin Blue back in the day, including on the dirt. But this time, Gamekeeper just about to take control of the race from the front-running Tawala, who actually ran really well, despite the fact that the surface was a bit of a concern. Got very tired in the closing stages. Gamekeeper, though, had a run at Jebel Ali earlier this month and stayed on really strongly to the line before overcoming King's Fountain, his stable companion. Just looking at behind, 1 or 2 horses had tough trips, particularly Meydan, who actually ran really well from stall 12, but made up his ground round the bend and stuck on quite nicely. I think that was a good effort and come forward for that. In behind, 1 or 2 others really just struggled to get a good position. A Trip to Rome made up good ground in the lighter colours, and he has run really well to finish back in third. The best turned out horse, Jumeirah Bay, he stuck on well, showing a good attitude to finish in 4th. Atlantic Sky in behind. Meydan eventually finishing back in 6th. Condor Passer in 7th. Tawala, although fading to finish back in 8th, ran a race of some promise to consider being a potential play in the future on this surface. But Gamekeeper said the Godolphin colours, many people will remember that this horse performed really well, or the dam, Gamalati, and this horse raced for Godolphin as well. Gamekeeper, and he has stuck on really gamely. His sire, Blue Point, has really made a name for himself over the last couple of seasons, including, of course, the mighty miler from the Richard Hannon team, Rosalian, as good a miler as there was in the world last year. But he's having winners on all sorts of surfaces now. Blue Point, Gamekeeper, doing the job today at Meydan.
So those unofficial numbers there once again, 14, 16, 15 and 2. 14, 16, 15, 2. Winner's time 124.99, 3.5 by a neck. An early double for Ahmed bin Hamish and Connor Beasley in race 3.
Yeah, very good. Well done, sir. Thank you.
The Palm Jebel Ali, sponsored by Nikhil, goes the way of the Connor Beasley ridden, Ahmad bin Hamash trained, Sky Racing owned, son of Blue Point, out of the mare Gamalati. How about a round of applause for the gamekeeper? There is a bit of a queue to weigh in. Connor Beasley's been patient, and he's doing it now for the second time tonight as the winner here at Meydan. I wonder how expected this one was, Connor. That was a really smart performance from a horse who's really bred to be better on the turf.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he only come to us to start this season, and you know, it's only his second run out here this time. Ran at Jebel Ali first time out. You know, showed a little bit of promise, but we always knew that he was better than what he showed the last time, but obviously just need to climatise, and he jumped well. Obviously had visors on today for the first time, and they obviously worked miracles, and no, he did it nicely in the end.
I love the fact that physically he's quite a strong horse, which is I think what you need on the dirt surface. Is he going to be the sort of horse that you could run on both surfaces?
Yeah, I imagine so with his pedigree. He looks like he's built like a sprinter, so you know, I suppose 1400 here today, he had plenty of gate speed, and you know, that's what probably won him the race.
Well done on the double so far.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for our third race of the evening. This evening's racing sponsored by Nakhil, and it's time for the presentation of the Palm Jebel Ali. It's been a good night for the Ahmad bin Hamash Conor Beasley team, and we'd like to welcome up to the stage now to make the presentation Miss Mariam Juma Al-Falazi, the Chief Operating Officer of Dubai Holding Real Estate. Once again, she'll be doing the honours for us at the presentation podium. An excellent performance for Gamekeeper and an excellent result for Sky Racing. They also had the runner-up in this race, King's Fountain. Representing Sky Racing, please put your hands together for Maktoum Sultan Subusi and Mohammed bin Harmash.
Truly push the boundaries of living. Something extraordinary must be built. An island, crafted on top of the waves, leaving the field unmistakably, unforgettably inspired.
Well, here we go again. For the second time this evening, we set ourselves up for Faces at the races. Who is going to give us that big, beautiful smile? Let's see those smiles. Let's see how much you can brighten up the evening here at Meydan. The biggest, most beautiful and brightest smile will win 500 dirhams. All you have to do is make your way to Concourse B to pick up your prize. Here we go, here we go. Any second now, the camera's gonna take a stop, and there is, no, not a hand, it's that face at the races. Look at that beautiful smile. Congratulations to you, young lady. You have won 500 dirhams. Now you've got to make your way to Concourse B to pick up your prize. And the good news is there are still 2 more prizes to come tonight for Faces at the Races.
So we head into the parade for the 4th race of the evening. It is the Zayed and Rashid, sponsored by Nikhil here, for 200,000 dirham. Number 1, Killer Collect. Great to see him returning to the races here. The 3-year-old colt by Collected. Bupad Seema and Tygo Shea combine here. This runner off a rating of 102. He is our highest rated runner in the race, and a classy individual at that. Number 1, Killer Collect, our top weight. Number 2 is Garcid. Ben Cohen will ride for Michael Costa, the 3-year-old colt by Mendelssohn. We see him return to the races here at Meydan. We saw him 12 months ago racing here as a 2-year-old. He has since come back first up for an impressive win at Jebel Ali first up, and comes into this with a bit of race fitness on his side. The stable have a good 2-pronged attack. Garbull also coming off an impressive maiden victory. The son of Liam's Map here comes out for career start number 2, coming up against tougher company, albeit, but on the clock was very impressive. And Ray Dawson does the riding here for Michael Costa. Number 4, Guns and Glory, a 3-year-old colt by Gunrunner. We saw him contesting in some really nice races last season, albeit over more distance, his better performances. So this is a nice starting point for him to get an idea on where he's at, the 3-year-old colt by Gunrunner. And he draws the ace here in this field of 7. Number 5, Lord Mountbatten. This one for Niels Peterson. Carlos Lopez to do the riding for FTHK Racing, the 3-year-old son of Connect. He draws gate number 2 here for this upcoming event, and is the first runner of the season for Niels Peterson, who has brought over a decent team for the upcoming year. Number 6 is Valdivia. Connor Beasley and Ahmed Bin Hamish looking to pick up another winner here after taking out 2 of the first 3 races. This one a tough contest though, off a rating of 83. He is behind the 8 ball a little bit here in this event, so will need to be good, the 3-year-old colt by Dimas Chalier. And last but not least, number 7 in Moonshiner for Racing Life Dubai and the My Racing Syndicate. Silvestre de Souza does the riding here for Julio Olajuara, the 3-year-old colt by Kodiak Cowboy, who was a debut winner at Marinas in Uruguay before making his way to the Middle East.
Well, we all know how well Michael Costa and his team have made to the start of the season. Mike, you've got 2 runners here, in Gabul and Garcid, 2 horses that you can make a case for both of them. How do you decide which one is the pick of the pair?
It's a great question. Look, we wanted to split them initially, but Gabul, after winning his first time out, he didn't get a rating. So the only potential thing was for him to run in a few weeks' time in a 0 to 100, so with probably a heavier weight. So this was Gassid's race on his way up to a 1900 conditions race. He's got the scope to go a little bit further. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see them meet over this middle ground.
Gabul impressed a lot of people when he won and looked like a sharp type. Would that be fair in how you describe him?
Yeah, definitely. He's a horse that didn't really show much last season, was still developing and growing, and had a really nice summer and all of a sudden blossomed. So he's been really sharp. He pulled up well, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see them both go head to head.
So it's a case of finding out tonight as much as anything else.
Yeah, exactly. Like we work them at home and we try and have an idea. But look, both horses in really good order. So we'll just see how they handle the track and see where they go from here.
Best of luck with both of them.
Thank you. Cheers.
dangers of living, something extraordinary must be built. An island, crafted on top of the waves, leaving you feeling unmistakably, unforgettably inspired.
Our fourth race is imminent, and it's time for our Best Turned Out Horse Award, kindly sponsored by PHI Advertising. In this fourth race, it has gone to horse number 3, Gabul, who's looked after by Ibra Khan. Ibra Khan is currently now in the winner's enclosure, along with Hamdan Essa, who's representing PHI Advertising. And Hamdan Essa is about to hand the prize over to Ibra Khan. Let's see those big smiles. Let's see how happy you are to win that, Ibra. Congratulations. You can't be happier than that, can you? Well done to Ibra Khan. Best of luck to Gabul. And our thanks to PHI Advertising for their support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award at Meydan this evening. One of the best races of the evening tonight at Meydan is just upon us. It is the Zayed and Rashid. This race sponsored by Nakheel, and we're looking at the very handsome Killer Collect, a lightly raced son of Collect, trained by Bhupat Singh, who created quite an impression last season in just a handful of runs. He finished up his season by winning the Al Bastikia and producing a really superb performance to beat Autobahn. Autobahn finished runner-up to Forever Young in the UAE Derby. Sadly, Killer Collect wasn't able to run in the UAE Derby, but of course, Forever Young then went on to be a little bit unlucky, really probably should have won the Kentucky Derby, and then ran a mighty race in the Breeders' Cup Classic just recently. So that's the strength of form that Killer Collect brings into this race. But he's up against a few unexposed types, and of course the Al Bastikia was over further. That was over 1,900 meters, and he's dropping back in distance today to 1,600 meters for his first run of the season. No doubt he will improve as the season goes on. but he remains an exciting horse for connections, come what may. And I presume he won't be far away at the end of this Zayed and Rashid, sponsored by Nikhil. Horse number 2 is Garcid, one of 2 in this race for Michael Costa. Understandably, he finds it hard, or found it hard, to split his pair. Garcid, the son of Mendelssohn, former winner of the UAE Derby himself. Only 2 runs to his name so far. His first came here at Meydan back in November last year, where he ran with promise behind El Nasib, and then subsequently ran at Jebel Ali earlier this month. And he absolutely bolted, beating Kiba Misaki by a long, long way. And clearly, he has got a lot of ability, but a strict reading of form says Killer Collect has achieved more. However, we have no idea just how good Garcid is, and we will probably find out a lot more tonight. Two minutes to post, and another opportunity to have a look at Gabul. He's only had the 1 run. Best turned out horse, courtesy of PHI Advertising, and he won stylishly, I think it's fair to say, on his debut here 2 weeks ago. Travelled into the race nicely, found a relative turn of foot on this surface, and comfortably won from Al Sayal. He looks an exciting horse going forward. He's obviously got a really strong, talented dirt pedigree by Liam's Map out of an Uncle Mo mare. There's real quality in there, but he's unexposed with that 1 start so far. This is a really, really good race coming up, and I know Pat is a big fan of Gabul.
Yeah, he certainly catches the eye, doesn't he? Great to see that he was the best turned out runner also. 1:24.19 his time there up against Maiden Company. If he steps up and can replicate that, albeit over 1,600 metres, and throw out similar sectional times, he's up to his neck in this race. So hopefully we see him going on with it here. Gabul looking fantastic in the at the back of the gates here, Rishi, and I think it's game on.
It is game on indeed. Here is Guns and Glory, who will be drawn in stall 1. Stable companion of Killer Collect, trained by Bhupat Simar, written by Pat Cosgrave. And Guns and Glory did run in the UAE Derby on World Cup night. He was down the field behind Forever Young. Prior to that, he'd shown progressive form through the season here at Meydan. Again, another horse who might be better over further. That's certainly what his progression seemed to suggest. He's getting a bit warm, as are 1 or 2 others on what is a very warm evening here at Meydan. But he's a horse who may come forward for this run. You expect him to be at his best when he goes back up in distance. Killer Collect, winner of the Albasta Kia, back in action up against the likes of Garcid and Gabul. Here's Pat with a call.
Thank you, Rishi. About 4 to come forward here in this field of 7. Only small in number, this field, but I'll tell you what, class from top to bottom. Here's Moonshiner. Best of luck to the Racing Life Dubai and My Racing Syndicate connections. He makes his Middle East debut, the one-time winner from Uruguay. Garcid loads away, and Killer Collect will be the final one to be brought forward. If you're getting a little restless in the stalls, Lord Mountbatten just a little restless on the inside, set to go. Nice field this. Racing. Off at the mile, Lord Mountbatten broke away well. Garcid was next into stride. He's going to settle down second in running. Deeper out, Killer Collect was third from Gabul, who's happy to keep his nose up there and keep Killer Collect forcing up wide. Just going back now, being passed by Guns and Glory on the inside. Valdivia second to last, and the last one was Moonshiner. So inside the 1,200 metres they go, and it's Killer Collect who's eventually going to roll over to the top here. He's going to go up and lead by 1.5 lengths. Garcid goes up to his outside now, up to his girth in second, just providing him a little bit of pressure and a little bit of company. Lord Mountbatten was next, followed there by Gabul, who's being worked along. Valdivia 3 deep on the improve from Guns and Glory. Moonshiner's seen them all the entire way. Inside the 800 they go. In the 4th event, Killer Collect well held together. 1 length and a tail on Garcid. Third, Valdivia. Gabul already worked on here in 4th position. Lord Mountbatten goes better the inside, followed by Moonshiner. Guns and Glory out to the end here as Killer Collect, though, runs into the straight, a narrow leader. 1/2 length on Garcid, who starts to present. Valdivia next from Gabul. Lord Mountbatten throws up the white flag. flag. Moonshiner comes past him. Guns and Glory, the last one, as Killer Collect comes into the straight and extends away from them. Killer Collect showing his class here in the final 200 metres. He is drawn away 4 lengths on Garcet, who tries to make chase. Valdivia, Garbull trying to run into the minor placings here. Killer Collect from Garcet. Killer Collect, Garcet trying very, very hard here. Killer Collect, though, with enough in hand, and Killer Collect's going to go on and win by a length. Garcet very tough in second. They have streeted Garbull in third, 4th over Valdivia from Moonshiner. Guns and Glory beat home 1. That was Lord Mountbatten, who knocked up with a furlong to travel. He's a classy horse. He's done it plenty of times before. Killer Collect looked like a horse that was going to be improving as he got out even further over a mile, but even over 8 furlongs, he has shown he is one of the best youngsters in town, and he's gone on to do it by a length. All honours with Garcet, who had the chasing role and stuck on very well. Garbull, he'll take plenty from that up against stronger company tonight. Valdivia 4th, but all Killer Collect. Killer Collect with all the respect, and a great performance and a great start to the season here for the son of Collected.
Ultimately, he's won comfortably enough, but I think his superiority, Killer Collect, was a significant one through the race. He had to work hard out of the gates to get a prominent position under Tiger O'Shea, and he established that lead going down the back straight, and then he put the race to bed, really, from the straight to about a furlong out. And then, in fairness, I think Tiger O'Shea was taking it a little bit easy, just first run, idling a little bit, and then just before the line, runner-up just closing him down. Garcet, who finishes on his tail at the end. Garcet was in behind, a long way behind, ahead of Valdivia and Moonshiner, Guns and Glory, and Lord Mountbatten. That's the order, finishing order in the Zayed and Rashid, sponsored by Nikhil. But Killer Collect has put up a pretty exciting performance for the remainder of the season. I said I'm pretty certain that he would come on for this run. He's such a big, strong horse that the likelihood is that he would need this first run, despite how fit you can get them at home, because he's such a big, strong horse. There's no doubt that racing will help him to improve. And that was a pretty smart effort, considering his last run was the Al Bastakia back in February of this year. This was probably the most impressive part of the race, turning for home once Garcet had come off the bridle under Ben Cohen, and Tiger O'Shea asked Killer Collect to go and put the race to bed. He did sprint away from Garcet, and then a combination of perhaps not wanting to be too hard on him in the closing stages, and then certainly getting maybe a little bit tired, a little bit loss of concentration in the closing stages. Killer Collect has put up an exciting performance for the remainder of the season, and we are looking forward to where he goes next. Might try and grab a word with the winning trainer at some point to ascertain plans, but well done to Killer Collect. Back in action for the first time since the Al Bastakia, and a winning reappearance.
Numbers here in the 4th event, the Zayed and Rashid, sponsored by Nikhil. Numbers 1, 2, 3. Nice and easy for you there. 1, 2, 3. Winner's time 1:37.13. Margins a length by 14.5. 1, 2, 3, and 6 runs into 4th. 1, 2, 3, 6. Race 4.
Well done, Phil.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. we are welcoming back the winner of the Zayed and Rashid, sponsored by Nakil, owned by Mr. Michael Hilary Burke and Nigar Burke, trained by Bupat Sima and ridden by Tygo Shea. There isn't a better looking racehorse anywhere in the desert. A round of applause for Killer Collect! I've got to be honest, Tygo Shea is weighing in, but I haven't paid any attention to him because the best looking horse in the desert has just walked past, and he is a gorgeous horse. But how pleased were you with that comeback run, Ty?
He's a very good horse. He's come from the Lynn Lodge Academy, and he's a great example of what the Dubai Breeze Up sale was here in Dubai World Cup week. We only had 2 runnings of it, but I think there was like 60 horses each season, and it's been a very lucky sale for us. So hopefully that'll happen again in the future, because as I said, he came from Eddie O'Leary and Lynn Lodge, very well recommended, and he wasn't, in horse terms, he wasn't over expensive. I think he was a 60,000 euro purchase, but as you said, he's a beautiful looking horse, very well prepared by Lynn Lodge, and we're very grateful to have him, because he was just up to starting tonight, and on the dirt it holds no prisoners. I was drawn 7 of 7, so when he winged the gates, it was either be 4 deep the whole way or get across, and he's a horse I'm aware that wants to go further, but he's also a horse I'm aware that he'll improve plenty for the run.
Tell me, when you turned into the straight and the runner-up had sort of got to your girths a little bit, what he did over the next furlong and a half, I thought, was perhaps the most impressive part, because you had to use up a bit of petrol early on, as you say, to get that position.
He's a horse you'll only see the best, Richie, when he goes 2 turns. He's crying out for 1.25 miles now. He's got a great mind. People go on about these breeze up horses that take so long to relax or whatever. With this fella, as soon as he came to the barn, you put a child on him. He goes around asleep. You work him with a 60 rated horse, you work him with a 100 rated horse, he'll put his head in front of the wire. He's a great constitution, great will to win, and hopefully we'll get this breeze up sale back going here.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight has been given in the 4th here. 1, 2, 3 and 6. 1, 2, 3 and 6 confirmed. Killer Collect, your winner in 137.13. Margins 3/4 by 14. 1, 2, 3, 6. Correct weight, race 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for our fourth race of the evening, the Zayed and Rashid, sponsored by Nikhil. And we'd like to welcome up onto the stage once again Miss Mariam Juma Al-Falazi, the Chief Operating Officer, Dubai Holding Real Estate. And we have just seen a very smart performance from Killer Collect on his return to action after 273 days off the track. The last time he ran was when he won the Al Bastik here. He's an exciting horse for his connections trainer, Bupat Sima, rider Tygo Shea, and owners Mr. Michael Hilary Burke and Nigar Burke. Representing the winning owners, will you put your hands together for Aidan Connolly?
Truly push the boundaries of living. Something extraordinary must be built. An island, crafted on top of the waves, leaving you feeling unmistakably, unforgettably inspired.
Well, the runners are in the saddling area ahead of our feature race for thoroughbreds tonight, the Dubai Creek, sponsored by Nikhil. It's quite nice to see a few members of the public making the way up to have a look at these horses. The classiest, some of the classiest that we'll see tonight, that's for sure. And primarily here to see, no doubt, Walk of Stars. He's yet to be saddled up, and my intrepid cameraman, Adrian Cam, who's been around the world and seen enough horses in his time, reported as I got up here that he just got a little bit hot under the collar, but he looks lovely and relaxed now. But he will be saddled up a little bit shortly. Now, he was second in the Godolphin Mile, and it's fair to say a reproduction of that form strictly is going to be good enough to win this race. But there are occasions, and it's always a little bit sad when you have to be critical of these horses who make such an effort. There are occasions where he sometimes doesn't quite deliver what he promises, Walk of Stars. And also have a look at his size. He's a big, strong individual having his first start of the season. It's quite conceivable that he might need this first run. Having said that, he's trained by Bhupat Seema, who just produced Killer Collect to win after a layoff. So he's just about to be saddled up. Let's have a look at a few of the other runners in the meantime. And just to our left is horse number 8. That's Karib for Musaba Al-Maheri and Silvestre de Souza. Really good coat on him. He also ran in the Godolphin Mile, the race that Walk of Stars was second in on Dubai World Cup night. But have a look at his coat, looking in really good shape, glistening at the moment. He hasn't run like Walk of Stars since Dubai World Cup night, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Fair to say, he'd probably be an easier horse to get fit. Let's just go back and have a look, shall we, Adrian, at Walk of Stars being saddled up. Just having the chamois put on, and then he'll be hopefully not too long in joining the rest of the horses. As I said, Walk of Stars used to be with Charlie Appleby back in the day for Godolphin, and also was considered at one time to be a Derby horse at Epsom. He ran pretty well in the Lingfield Derby trial in his early days as a turf horse in the UK, but unfortunately he didn't really pan out. Then he was gelded and then was sold, bought by the new connections, Athbar Racing, for Bhupat Seema. And to be fair, Bhupat's done pretty well with him. He's only had a handful of runs for Bhupat, but he's certainly shown a fair level of ability. It's just getting his head in front. That's the big thing for him. It's been a while since he's done it. Walk of Stars, if you're being really critical, you'll say he's a little bit naughty with his finishing efforts, but if you're being generous, you'll say he's got plenty of ability, and certainly enough ability to take him back into the winner's enclosure today. He's just about to head out to join the rest of his companions for our upcoming race. It's the feature one of the evening, the Dubai Creek Mile, and very shortly Walk of Stars will be leaving us in the pre-parade ring, heading down to the paddock itself.
So let's head into the parade ring for the feature race of the evening. It is the Dubai Creek Mile for 500,000 dirham. Al Jadaf, what a start to the year he had last season. This season, well, the start wasn't to be with a race beaten a distance here behind Imperial Emperor, but the race did rate well. So hopefully we see him come on better for the run. Al Jadaf looking to hopefully pick up a listed race here, but slightly outrated compared to a few of these he faces on level weights. Really like the inclusion of Al Tariq here, the 8-year-old gelding by Oasis Dream. Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs combined. He's off a rating of 104, coming into this after being beaten a short head only in the middle part of March there in behind, beating home Yonifus, my apologies, winning a short head over 1,400 metres. He steps up in trip here, a horse we haven't seen over a mile for quite some time, but hopefully he's able to put in a good performance here from gate number 3. The Doug Watson stable is well engaged here in this event. Atif is the next horse we look at, a horse who's undefeated so far. He's had 2 wins over in Argentina, where he has picked up 2 dirt wins over the 1,400 and 1,600 metres. He steps onto the dirt here in Dubai for the first time, and Oscar Chavez looks to guide him home to victory. Drew De Vries rides Desert Wisdom here for Ahmed Al Shamaili, the former Godolphin runner. He was 5th in the Godolphin Mile, in behind 2 Rivers Over and Walk of Stars, who he faces here this evening. He was beaten 5 1/4 lengths on that occasion. Nice return point for him, and he also comes in off a rating of 104. Dahabi's a new inclusion to dirt racing, the son of Frankel. We haven't seen him on this surface in Dubai. We've seen him plenty of times at Meydan over longer distances and on the green stuff. But under new ownership, the Fletch Dior partnership, Osama Rafai training, Richard Mullen will take him onto the dirt here for his first time. And we'll see how he goes on the brown stuff here this evening. We certainly wouldn't put it past Maiden to put in a bold performance. He's done it more times than not, the 5-year-old son of More Than Ready, but he was beaten a distance last time out to the races over 1,900 metres, and he drops back in trip here to 1,600 for his second up run. Number 7 is Mestri. Ben Cohen and Michael Costa combine here. He was down the track in behind Imperial Emperor. A few of them coming out of that form line there. We'll see if he comes on for the run, the 4-year-old son of Medaglia d'Oro. Carib is first up here. Last seen in the Group 2 Godolphin Mile. In behind Two Rivers Over. He ran 10th on that occasion. He was one of the last ones home. But he returns here to a slightly easier contest. And draws a much better gate here in Gate 2 for his first up assignment. And to take note here, Walk of Stars will not parade at this point in time. We will wait to see him as we get closer to the race once these runners make their way out onto the course. That's our look at the runners so far for the 2024 Dubai Creek Mile.
I can link him up if you want that.
Many times.
All the time same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 5 or 6 degrees, you know, it means a lot. It's like the old times, look, we're on the screen and everything, so it's...
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, take note, number 5 in Dahabi will wear the ERA colours, ERA club colours, the white colours with the ERA logo for number 5 in Dahabi. And making his way into the parade ring here, number 9, Walk of Stars. He's a late arrival here to the mounting yard. He's our short-priced international market favourite, coming off his second placing in the Group 2 Godolphin Mile on World Cup night. Tygo Shea and Bupat Seema look for a race-to-race double.
It is time for our 5th Best Turned Out Horse Award of the evening. And the award is backed by PHI Advertising. We thank them for their support tonight here at Meydan. And in this race, it goes to horse number 3, Atif. He's looked after by Imtiat Ali. And Imtiat is now in the winner's enclosure alongside Hamdan Essa, who is representing PHI Advertising. Let's see those beautiful smiles once again. Imtiat Ali, let's see that smile. Where is it? It's coming any minute now. I'm sure it is. There it is. I almost had to tickle him to get a smile out of Imtiat Ali. But he's collecting his prize of 650 dirhams, and he will be hoping that Atif can run a big race in our featured Dubai Creek Mile, sponsored by Nikhil. And once again, thank you to PHI Advertising for their support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. Well, here's the horse with the best form of the evening. It is Walk of Stars, this son of Dubawi, I mentioned earlier, one-time Derby Hope in the UK for Charlie Appleby. Since obviously switched stables, since he's been with Bhupat Sima, he's achieved a really good level of form. Best run last time out on World Cup night in the Godolphin Mile when narrowly beaten by 2 Rivers Over. He actually finished in front of the previous winner of the Godolphin Mile, Isolate, who was just behind him in 3rd. But he ran a super race that day, broke well, showed a good attitude. Problem is he doesn't win often, and that seems to be a little bit of a question mark against dear old Walk of Stars. There's no doubting that he has the ability to win this race, just getting his head in front. Maybe this will be the race where he can do it, and it'll be a springboard to even better things later on in the season. Walk of Stars for Bhupat Sima in the colours of Athbar Racing, and Tygo Shea looking for his, like Bhupat Sima's, 2nd winner of the evening. Number 2 is Al Tariq for Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs. This horse does have a lot of speed. He won over 7 furlongs last time we saw him in action. That was at Jebel Ali. He narrowly got up to beat Yanafis on that occasion. He was the one who was finishing the race off quite strongly. He's got a good level of form, Al Tariq. Not obviously the same level as a horse like Walk of Stars, but he knows how to win. He's got a bit of speed. He's stepping up in distance. I quite like that when you look at the way a couple of the races have been run tonight. Horses that can get on the speed and be handy has certainly been a positive in the way these races have been run on the dirt surface this evening. And I think it's understandable, if you are looking to oppose Walk of Stars, that Al Tariq will be high on your list. I mentioned the Godolphin Mile earlier, in which Walk of Stars finished 2nd behind 2 Rivers Over. It was back in 10th on that occasion was Karib. Karib's previous run on Super Saturday saw him finish 2nd to a horse that you may know. A horse called Laurel River, who went on to win the Dubai World Cup. Karib definitely brings a good level of form in this race, and I thought he was probably just about the pick of the paddock. Looking at them up in the saddling boxes, his skin, his coat looked really gleaming. This son of Speightstown, who's having his first start like Walk of Stars since the Godolphin Mile. I'll be surprised if he doesn't go well here. I think Karib with Silvestre de Souza from stall 2 is berthed to run a big race tonight. A horse who's competed at a high level here at Meydan on many occasions is Desert Wisdom. He was also in the Godolphin Mile behind Two Rivers, ended up finishing 5th. He's run well in the Godolphin Mile on a number of occasions. Prior to that, he'd run some creditable races behind the likes of Military Law and Kabir Khan. He's a really admirable old horse for Ahmed Al-Shamali. Adrian of Vries knows him pretty well. And just thinking that of those that ran on World Cup night in the Godolphin Mile, he looked like one who might benefit from the run this evening, Desert Wisdom. Completely unexposed in this race is horse number 3, Atif, a son of Bodemeister, out of a Giant's Causeway mare. He won a couple of races in Argentina so far, a maiden and a novice, one over 1,400 metres and one over 1,600 metres. And it's hard to know just where he is at in his career at the moment, because obviously just those 2 starts, the last of which came more than a year ago in Argentina. But he might be a horse to keep an eye on for further along in the season. It is time for the big one, the Dubai Creek Mile. And so it's time to hand up to our big race caller, Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Rishi. It's a great race, this, and well, we'll see how Walk of Stars goes here. Stable picking it up with Elmer Food last season. And he's off the map overseas here, 8-5 now, Walk of Stars. So he has been smashed as almost unbeatable in this race. And if you go off his record and his inability to get his head in front, the price a little surprising, but he is the classy runner in the race, the runner-up in the Godolphin Mile. Set to go in the Dubai Creek Mile. Racing. Maiden Dubai dawdled out, Atif the same, and out the back Dahabi. Fast into stride, Al-Tardik as expected, with Mestri, Walk of Stars 3 deep on the improve. Karib's going to get in behind the leader eventually here as Al-Jadaf here goes amiss. Oh no, he seems to be okay, but he must have got a nasty check. He's dropping back through the field, something shocking. So Mestri takes over from Al-Tardik, Walk of Stars 3rd from Cardiv and Desert Wisdom. Atif next from Dahabi, Maiden Dubai, and Al-Jadaf is out of the race here. He does not want to go a yard. So Mestri keeps the speed on us with 5 furlongs left to travel under Ben Cohen. A length now from Al-Tardik, who holds the fence. Walk of Stars is in closer now. He's got his ability to jump into the running line here. 1 off the fence from Desert Wisdom, who's been in the cheap seat so far. Karib was next from next in running Dahabi, Atif, Maiden Dubai, and that's the last time we'll call Al-Jadaf. He's pulled up at the 1,000 metres. So down the side they travel in the listed Dubai Creek Mile, and it is Mestri the leader. Walk of Stars starts to present here. A length away from the leader. Desert Wisdom is the first one to be shaken along and drops the bit from Al-Tardik, who looks a little bit beaten here. He needs to find from Cardiv, then came Dahabi, Maiden Dubai, and Atif. It's Mestri the leader. Mestri kicking away here by 3 lengths. Walk of Stars out after him now. Walk of Stars starting to really get into his stride here. Mestri on tired legs. Walk of Stars the outside, starting to level up the outside. Walk of Stars coming to the outside of Mestri. Mestri fighting back from Walk of Stars. Walk of Stars, could it be Mestri up the inside? Mestri stays off Walk of Stars. Mestri takes the Dubai Creek Mile. Beats home Walk of Stars, who was very brave there, but unfortunately we've seen it plenty of times before. Dahabi next over from Karib, Al-Tardik, Desert Wisdom, Maiden Dubai next over, and the last one to cross over there was Atif, and Al-Jadaf has failed to finish. Mestri, wowee, what a performance here. Walk of Stars. My oh my. We've seen it plenty of times before, have we, with Walk of Stars. He gets to the outside of the leader and just can't find enough to finish off there and get over the top. But all honours with Mestri, who takes the Dubai Creek Mile for Michael Costa and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed. What a wonderful performance here by Mestri, going on to pick up a listed win in career start number 4.
What a game performance from Mestri to win our feature race, the Dubai Creek Mile, sponsored by Nikhil. Turning into the straight, he quickened up quite well, put a couple of lengths between himself and Walker Stars, but it's certainly seemed at this stage as if Walker Stars was coming with a winning run. He gets to within half a length, maybe even a neck of Mestri, but then doesn't do any more than that, and Mestri just pulls out a little bit more. The front two have pulled miles clear of Karim, who's run really well on his comeback run to be back in third. Now, just to let you know, it appears that Al Jadaf stumbled, and at first glance, it looks like he's okay. We will confirm that to you as soon as we can. But looking at the head-on for the closing stages once again, and Mestri, who remains lightly raced, the son of Medaglia d'Oro. He's only had 3 starts prior to this evening. Showed a lot of promise in those 3 starts, winning here about a year ago, beating a good horse and Never Show Weakness, and finishing runner-up at Jebel Ali. His last run came just a couple of weeks ago when he was behind Imperial Emperor, but he's fit and well. Just had a little bit too much for Walker Stars. There is Al Jadaf, seems to be walking back unscathed at the moment, thankfully under Connor Beasley. Just seemed to stumble in the early part of the race, and thankfully he's all right. Just see the stumble there. Wow. So lucky and grateful that Connor Beasley kept the partnership together and he was able to stay on board. A nasty incident, and thankfully horse and rider are okay. Therefore, we can talk easily about the performance of Mestri, who has shown a great deal of grit and determination and also fitness on his second start of the season, having only run a couple of weeks ago. This was the moment it looked as if Walker Stars was coming with a smooth surging run just as he gets to within half a length and a neck of Mestri. The effort peters out. Mestri sees off Walker Stars, the runner in the Godolphin Mile, to win for the second time in his career.
So unofficial numbers in the Dubai Creek Mile: 7, 9, 8 and 5, 7, 9, 8 and 5. Mestri goes on to win the feature, 136.46, margins 3/4 by 7.5, 7, 9, 8 and 5, race 5.
He's relaxing there this year.
I'll write a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here comes the winner of our feature race of the night, the Dubai Creek Mile, sponsored by Nikhil, in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, trained by Michael Costa and ridden by Ben Cohen. A round of applause for Mestri. Ben Cohen, just back weighing in, 57 kilos, the mark to hit. After riding Mestri to success in the Dubai Creek Mile, sponsored by Nikhil. Ben talked me through that race because it looked about a furlong out as if Walker Stars was coming with a winning run.
Yeah, my lad was a bit probably slow away the last day, and first run of the year he was a bit fresh and behind, but today with the blinkers on I was able to jump and roll forward and get a nice breather around the whole bend, and Tig's horse came to me quite strong, but to be fair, my lad toughed it right out to the line.
I was going to ask about that because he's only lightly raced. This is only his full start. You know already how tough these dirt horses have to be. And considering it's only his full start, how much more can we expect from him?
I think he'll stay improving. He's a horse that's probably mentally after getting a lot stronger this season. So hopefully he can keep going in the right direction.
Distance-wise, how far could he go?
I think he's comfortable at the mile. He's a bit of pace. He's able to get you a good position early, and he stays well. So I think he's good and comfortable at the mile.
Well done.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for our feature race of the night, the Dubai Creek Mile, sponsored by Nikhil. And once again, we welcome up to the stage to make the presentation Miss Mariam Juma Al-Falazi, the Chief Operating Officer for Dubai Holding Real Estate. And there are prizes for the winning owner, trainer and jockey. And what a performance we have just seen from Mestri on just his fourth start in his career, seeing off the Godolphin Mile runner-up, Walk of Stars, to claim the Dubai Creek Mile. We're delighted to have the winning trainer who is stepping forward to receive, on behalf of the winning owner, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, a round of applause for Michael Costa. I'm doing jockey and trainer as well. Got it. And obviously the winning rider receiving his prize. Brilliant ride from Ben Cohen. And receiving on behalf of the winning owner, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Al Maktoum. Put your hands together for Mohammed Al Shahi. In fact, he's coming back. So Michael, we're going to ask you to receive on behalf of the winning owner.
Truly push the boundaries of living. Something extraordinary must be built. An island, crafted on top of waves, leaving you feeling unmistakably, unafraidly inspired.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our third edition of tonight's Faces at the Races. 500 dirhams coming the way of whoever's got the best, beautiful, brightest smile in our audience tonight. And the camera is scanning around the crowds to find that beautiful smile. Once we do, we will focus in on the person with the best, brightest, most beautiful smile to pick up that prize of 500 dirhams. All you'll have to do is make your way to Concourse B to pick up that prize. Any second now, we will find our winner, our third person of the evening, and there it is. Congratulations, young lady. You have won our prize. Yes, you. 500 dirhams. We send our hearts to you. And we send you to Concourse B to collect your prize of 500 dirhams, our third winner tonight in Faces at the Races. And guess what? We still have one more to go after our next race here at Meydan.
For the penultimate event for 300,000 dirham. Number 1, Wild Crusade, has his first start here in the UAE. The former Godolphin runner picked up at the Godolphin Tried Sale. He is a listed place getter at Kempton Park on the all-weather, albeit over more ground than this, but a nice starting point and a big question mark surrounding the dirt, but the Dabawi breeding should take him a long way. Number 2 is Rockwalk, the stablemate of the 1 Wild Crusade. This one here for Harris Phillipson and Julio Olajuara. He does come into this off a rating of 104 and carries the 61.5 kilos, the 3-time winner. Last seen in the UAE Derby. Joe Moreira on board that evening. He was beaten 9.5 lengths by Forever Young, coming out of a much stronger race than this. We'll see if he's able to put the writing on the wall here. First up, over 1,900 metres. Number 3, Al Nafir, is a scratching. We head to number 4 in Go Soldier Go. And he will be partnered by Ardri de Vries here for Fauzi Nas in the Victorious stable. He's had 2 wins from 12 starts with 4 minor placings. Last seen over 2,000 metres here at Meydan, in behind Never Show Weakness in an 85 to 105. Faces a similar graded race here, over a little bit less of a distance, 1,900 metres. It is a horse that will be looking for further ground later in the campaign. Zayed, the 5, he's nice and alert here in the yard. Ray Dawson rides for Michael Costa, looking for a race-to-race double. He was last seen on the 2nd of November, beaten 4 lengths by Flying Hunter. That was over 1,600 metres at his home track of Jebel Ali. He's had the 3 starts for 2 wins. He makes his Meydan debut. Number 6, In Crowd. Form suggests he's better horse at Jebel Ali, but they try him here tonight at Meydan, the son of Dabawi. Bernardo Pinheiro does the riding. He was beaten a distance here at the first meeting in behind Imperial Emperor in a similar race grade, but over a mile. The extra distance should help him, but he would need to improve significantly off what we saw first up. Number 7, Sharmik. He will relish the ground, the extra ground that he gets here this evening. He was catching the eye, running on from a long way back in that run in behind Imperial Emperor, and I don't think the margin of 7.5 lengths gives the performance justice. The 7-year-old gelding hopes to improve here, and the extra ground should be a plus as he steps out for his 13th career start. Number 8, Moro du Kentucky. Richard Mullen for Ahmed El Shamaili. He's beaten a distance here in early March of this year, and that was the last time we did see him, and that was his only start. Before that, he was off for 12 months as well. So he's had a very interrupted last couple of years, has Moro du Kentucky. Good to see him back at the races, but we'll need to see him here. La Resh gets a nice weight here, a lightweight for Silvestre de Souza. Nasab Al-Maheri looking for a winner here tonight. And he comes out of that 75 to 95 from last week with Lion's Mane. They were the first 2 home in the race. 4-year-old colt by Ifraj caught the eye. The extra ground could be a big plus. And Lion's Mane will take plenty from that win. And he gets a nice light weight here, drops 5 kilos in weight coming up in class. But he'll take plenty of confidence from that win. Sam Hitchcock gets the ride here on the 5-year-old gelding by Shamadal. That's our runners here for the 6th event. Runners are making their way to the tunnel and out onto the course for our distance race for the evening.
truly push the boundaries of living, something extraordinary must be built. An island, crafted on top of the waves, leaving you feeling unmistakably, unforgettably inspired.
We come to our penultimate award for the best turned out horse of the evening. And in this, our 6th race of the night, the Thunder Snow Handicap, sponsored by Nikhil, it has gone to horse number 10, Lion's Mane. Lion's Mane looked after by Kanwaraj Singh, who's got a beautiful mane of his own. And he's receiving his prize courtesy of PHI Advertising from Hamdan Essa. Our thanks to PHI Advertising and congratulations to Kanwaraj Singh. Let's have a big smile, Kanwaraj. Let's see how much you enjoy this prize. 650 dirhams. Congratulations to you. Best of luck to Lion's Mane. And our thanks to PHI Advertising. And this was the horse who won the Best Turned Out Award, courtesy of PHI Advertising, Lion's Mane, who won here a couple of weeks ago, beat Laresh, who reopposes today. And Lions Mane representing Ahmed bin Amash, who's had a very good evening so far. Sam Hitchcott in the saddle. Connor Beasley was aboard last time out at Lions Mane. Obviously has a lightweight today, and he comes into this race off the back of that very good run and has to be on the short list, but this is a better race than the one that he won a couple of weeks ago. Horse number 7, one of 2 in the race for trainer Michael Costa and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, and that is Shamik. Shamik ran pretty well a couple of weeks ago behind Imperial Emperor. Behind him on that occasion was Mestri, who of course just beat at Walk of Stars in our feature race, the Dubai Creek Mile. Shamik had a wide trip on that occasion, ran really well in defeat, and it was his first run for just about 2 years, so a very creditable effort from Shamik, and he is certainly a contender this evening, especially if he steps forward and has a kinder run through the race. Horse number 9 is Laresh, who's got the plum draw in stall 1 as they run into the bend for Silvestre de Souza and Musaba Al-Mahiri. He was behind Lions Mane last time out, and unfortunately, you look at the quality of that race and the fact that he's got to improve to go past Lions Mane again, although the weights are slightly different. You just think that these are better opponents tonight, and he'll have to find a little bit more than he's shown in the past. Horse number 5 is Zayed, who is wearing the distinguishing black cap for owner His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Looked well beforehand, Zayed, and he's only had 3 starts in his life. He's won 2 of those 3 starts, the last of which came at Jebel Ali earlier this month. It was a pretty impressive performance. He beat Flying Hunter by 4 lengths. He's a good-looking horse, just getting a little bit warm on the neck, but one of 2 good chances in this race for Michael Costa. Horse number 4, Go Soldier Go, for Fawzi Nas and Adrid Vries, has on occasions shown some really good form. The last time he was in action was back in February when he was second to Never Show Weakness. Never Show Weakness remains a potentially talented horse for the Bupat Simar team, and Go Soldier Go didn't run too badly. He's drawn in stall 4, but arguably he'll have to find a little bit of improvement. Horse number 2 is Rock Walk, one of 2 in the race for Julio Olathquaga, along with Wild Crusade. Rock Walk, a very talented horse back in South America, had his first run in the UAE Derby on World Cup night when he was down the field. Didn't run actually too badly, 7th behind Forever Young. And of course, that's pretty good form when you consider that Forever Young has gone on to do some pretty smart things stateside with his run in the Kentucky Derby and the Breeders' Cup Classic. Okay, he was about 10 lengths behind Rock Walk, but there's the potential for more improvement to come this season for his trainer. The loading up process well underway for our penultimate race, the Thunder Snow Handicap, named after that great Dubai World Cup winner, a dual Dubai World Cup winner for Saïd bin Suroor and Christophe Soumillon. Thunder Snow, a mighty racehorse back in the day in the Godolphin Blue. Let's head up to Pat for the call of our penultimate race.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. What a fine horse to be naming a race after, as you mentioned. Back-to-back Dubai World Cup winner in Thunder Snow. As Wild Crusade joins the line, Zayed will be the next one, the last start winner. Makes his way to Meydan. Exciting little field this, as Zayed loads away. Under Shane Ryan's orders, set to go, racing. Away on the inside fast was La Resh, pushing up with In Crowd, who's made his intentions known. Zayed working forward. Sharmik's a lot more positive today, but will be a little wide into this first turn, with Wild Crusade digging up underneath them as they make the running off the front. Moro Do Kentucky is 5 wide into the first bend. Lion's Mane gets a nice passage up to eventually go and sit up in behind the leaders. Rock Walk second to last, and Go Soldier Go is 7 to 8 lengths detached from second last and running in his own race at the moment. So down the back they travel, and the first part comes up in just shy of 24 seconds, and up in front they're going at a nice clip. It's Zayed who eventually takes over from In Crowd. La Resh third. Lion's Mane's had a nice run up the running rail, but he's copping a fair bit of kickback. Then came Moro Do Kentucky. From next in running Sharmik, who's worked his way back through the field. Wild Crusade to his outside. Rock Walk getting mobile deeper out, and out the back is Go Soldier Go. So inside the 850 they go, and In Crowd has just got up to a narrow lead here. Zayed in second, third La Resh, and fourth was Sharmik. Wild Crusade tries to make ground here as they come down the side of the course from Rock Walk, Lion's Mane. Next was Go Soldier Go, making a bid from back in the field, and out to the end was Moro Do Kentucky. Up in front, Zayed is the leader. La Resh starts to present here. In Crowd was third. Fourth was Sharmik. Go Soldier Go's making some impressions here in the final part as they get past the 400-metre peg. La Resh with the weight advantage on Zayed is a narrow leader. Zayed tries to continue on. La Resh from Zayed as they come down inside the 250. Go Soldier Go third. It's La Resh though getting the better of Zayed here in the final stages. La Resh under Silvestre de Souza with the 53 kilos. He put the riding on the wall 2 weeks ago, down in grade, and with the 53 on his back has run them ragged here tonight. La Resh by 2.5 beats home Zayed. Go Soldier Go. It would have been the best part of 15 lengths to fourth, who was Lion's Mane, crossing over just ahead of In Crowd. Then came Rock Walk, followed by Wild Crusade. Sharmik never made an impression there in the late stages, and Moro Do Kentucky was a long last. La Resh gets the win. Nice performance here by the Nasab Al Maheri runner here, number 9, La Resh. The 4-year-old colt by Ifraj. And he got that nice fitness run there last start. He was making good impressions there late, and Silvestre de Souza from the inside gate was able to put him into the race here behind a pretty genuine tempo set up there by both Zayed and In Crowd. Zayed very game to stick on the way that he did, but La Resh had the weight advantage, and it proved to be a winning weight advantage in the penultimate event here, the Thunder Snow Handicap. 9, 5, 4, 10, your numbers.
That was a pretty impressive performance from La Resh, who clearly has improved since his comeback run where he was behind Lion's Mane. That was 2 weeks ago. Turning for home, Zayed, who'd been handy all the way, has battled on really well, but unfortunately he's run down by La Resh, who saw this race out in really strong style. Look at the way he's head down, trying so hard, and he's pulled well clear of Zayed. Back in third, Go Soldier Go has run a pretty good race on his return to action here, and he was closing down on the front two before the line, but there was a long gap between the front three and the remainder of the runners. Lion's Mane, who was ahead of La Resh last time out, yes, there was a turnaround in the weights, but even so, that's a significantly better performance from La Resh, this 4-year-old son of Ifraj. Silvestre de Souza is obviously enjoying quite a nice time of things here in the UAE. He was the man on board this horse for Musaba Al Maheri. And back in second, Zayed has run a race of great promise once again. Remember, he's only lightly raced. This was only his 4th career start. And Go Soldier Go back in third. But look how far clear they are of everything else. Lion's Mane, the horse who crossed the line in 4th. It appeared that Bernardo Pinheiro didn't look entirely comfortable. Maybe you see him there in that 3rd spot in the light blue colours. Not entirely certain that the tack was all in one piece and he was able to ride the race that he ideally wanted on In Crowd. Seemed a little bit uncomfortable at different junctures through the race. But closing stages, it is La Resh under Silvestre de Souza, who was just out-battled Zayed, who's run a fine race in second, remains unexposed, and there's no doubt a bit more to come from him. Whereas La Resh has found that little bit more for his comeback run, where he was behind Lion's Mane 2 weeks ago. It's a different story tonight.
Unofficial numbers here in race number 6, 9, 5, 4, 10. 9, 5, 4 and 10. Winner's time 158.62. Margins 2.5 by 4 1/4. 9, 5, 4 and 10. La Resh, your unofficial winner here in race 6.
Well done, well done. Very great, man. Superb. Good, good. Well done, sir. Excuse me. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
The Thunder Snow handicap, sponsored by Nakhil, goes the way of the 4-year-old bay colt by Ifraj out of Yar Hajar, owned by Mr. Nasser Asker, ridden by Silvestre de Souza and trained by Musaba Al Maheri. How about a big round of applause for Ladesh? Silvestre de Souza just weighing in after the success of Ladesh. He's had a pretty good year in the UK, ridden some good horses, won the Guineas at Newmarket, rode Charin. But you've just ridden a winner here at Meydan, and I must admit, Silvestre, I've got to be honest, it's a bit of a surprise that he's turned things around after his first run this season. Is it a surprise to you?
It's not, because he made his first debut, he ran very well, and obviously we're taking on better horses tonight, but we knew the horse has improved from his last running with the weight allowance handicap, so pays him off. And he's a nice horse, he's an improving horse, and he has done everything right home, you know.
One thing, as you will be well aware, on the dirt you do need to travel. If you're struggling at the back, it's hard to get in the race. He seemed to travel tonight better than he has done in the past.
He has. I thought they went very quick early on, but I didn't want to complicate things with carrying 53 kilos, so bought my weight, and I was just trying to keep things simple, and I knew they have to work really hard to go by him.
How much are you enjoying your time here in the UAE?
It's beautiful, weather's nice, and you know, it's plenty sun, so come to.
You don't want to be in England in the cold?
Definitely not.
Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our penultimate presentation of the evening after the running of the Thunder Snow Handicap, sponsored by Nakhil, and we welcome up to the stage to make the presentation Sharjeel Anwar, Group CFO, Dubai Holdings. Fantastic performance from Laresh. Stepped up significantly from his first run here of the season 2 weeks ago when he was behind Lion's Mane, and he has bolted up on this occasion for trainer Musaba Al-Maheri and jockey Silvestre de Souza. What a fabulous night for the winning owner, Nasser Asker, and accompanying him to the stage, Musaba Al-Maheri.
Truly push the boundaries of the living. Something extraordinary must be built. An island, crafted on top of the waves, leaving you feeling unmistakably, unforgettably inspired.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more edition of one of our favorite things of the evening. It is the last Faces at the Races. Who is going to give us that big, beautiful, bright smile and win themselves 500 dirhams and then make their way through the maze of the Meydan racecourse and find themselves on Concourse B. Hands up, smiles out. Are you ready to win it? Woo, look at that. What? Hello. Look at that smile. There he is. He has got it. He has absolutely nailed his smile. There he is. Absolutely magnificent. I think it's the best one of the night. The winning smile, we call it. 500 dirhams going his way. And now he has got to make his way. Yeah, you, sir. Concourse B. Head over there now and pick up your prize. That was the last of... There he is again. My goodness, he's back. And he's smiling even bigger and better than ever. He is absolutely... He loves the television cameras, doesn't he? Look at that. You don't believe it? Or do you? Yes, you've won it. Not 3 times, just the once. And you can head to Concourse B now, sir, to collect your prize. 500 dirhams in your pocket. What a night.
So welcome back to the parade for the final race of the evening. We head to horse number 1 here, and it is Arigato Gozaimasu, the 2-year-old filly by Honest Mischief, Salam bin Gadaya, Bernardo Pinheiro. And she is stepping out here for the first time, as are all of these runners. Bred by Sequel Stallions New York LLC, out of a Woodman mare in Woodflower. Number 2, Flame of Sunshine, a filly by Flame Away, out of a Sky Messer mare, Charming Emmy, for Nega Burke and Mary Rose Connolly. Bupat Seema trains, Tiger O'Shea rides, bred by Monhill Farm LLC. Spotting the club colours here, number 4 in Reina Rosso, the 2-year-old filly by Vina Rosso, out of a City Zip mare called City Scamper for NR Club LLC. Bupat Seema trains, Richard Mullen to do the riding. The filly bred by Moonstar Farm. Gate number 6 of 6 here for Ruby Hamilton, the 2-year-old filly by Audible, out of Scat Daddy mare in Daddy's Diva. For the Spring Stables, Doug Watson, bred by Respect the Valleys LLC, and Pat Dobbs to do the riding here from the widest gate. And number 6 is Tazwaheen for Sky Racing. We've already had a winner tonight, the daughter of Mendelssohn, out of a forestry mare, Sequoia Queen for Ahmed bin Hamish, Connor Beasley, bred by Clarkland Farm LLC. Draws 2 here this evening in this small field. And last but not least, Parisian Beauty. And it is Mr. Nasaska looking for a race-to-race double, taking out the last 2 races here. This is a daughter by Kamiko, out of an Aklam mare in Last Tango in Paris. Bred by Mion Valley Stud, Bupat Seema trains, and Silvestre de Souza will do the riding here from gate 3. That's a look at our 6 fillies. They will head out onto the track very shortly.
Thank you. How are you doing? You well?
All good?
Good. Good to see you again, Richie.
Hi.
Emily, yes, Mr. Richie.
Hi.
Where's Connor? Is back?
Hi.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Good to see you. How are you? Okay? Good to see you. Trevor? Hello. Yeah. How are you?
How are you now?
Thank you. All good?
You well?
You're winning all the money tonight.
Always your time.
Please give me this. In the session.
Are you okay?
They give you a carrot, not a stick.
Yeah.
Well, earlier today I was chatting with dear old Pat Comerford, our commentator. He's very excited about seeing Ruby Hamilton. And I said to him, I always enjoy it when Doug Watson has a nice 2-year-old filly. Polar River I remember fondly, Rhea I remember fondly. Now, it's a long way before we're talking about horses like this. How good might this Ruby Hamilton be, early days?
She's shown everything at home that we wanted to see, and she trialed really well. It's under the lights for the first time, and she's been a little, not high-strung. She's doing well, but we're excited about her, excited for the syndicate to get their first runner and see what she does, but we're excited.
What's the makeup of the syndicate?
It's Kevin and Cathal are running the syndicate. It's a bunch of different people. Yeah, that's Kevin, yeah.
Kevin, shall I go and have a quick word with Kevin? If that's all right. Kevin, you chatting to Pat, you giving him instructions?
No, he's giving us instructions.
What's he said? Because he won't tell me.
Yeah, look, it's her first day at school, you know, so she's a 2-year-old filly, anything could happen. We like her. We hope she's a nice horse, but she has to put it all together on the track, you know.
I was just asking a bit about the composition of the syndicate. Doug saying first horse here running tonight. I mean, it's a big night.
Yeah, massive night. Really good set of owners here. We've some guys in New York, San Francisco.
Wow.
One of the guys has flown in from Ireland, especially for the race. Going to the Japan Cup tomorrow. So yeah, good set of owners. Like first horse, hopefully first of many, and hopefully she runs a nice race.
Okay, well, we wish you all the very best of luck. It's quite exciting. Best of luck here with Ruby Hamilton.
Thank you very much.
To truly push the boundaries of living, something extraordinary must be built. An island, crafted on top of the waves, leaving you feeling unmistakably, unforgettably inspired.
It is time for our final Best Turned Out Horse Award of the evening. And we thank PHI Advertising for their generous sponsorship of this award. 650 dirhams to the horse's groom, a judge best turned out. And in our final race, the Dubai Island, sponsored by Nikhil, has gone to horse number 1, Arigatu Gozemazu. Looked after by Nadir Akhtar, who is currently in the winners' enclosure. Look at the smile on his face. He is loving it. And alongside him, Hamdan Esser, who is representing PHI Advertising. We thank them for their generous sponsorship tonight, and we wish Arigatu Gozemazu and Nadir Akhtar the very best of luck in our final race. One more big smile, Nadir. Well, let's have a closer look at horse number 5, Ruby Hamilton. We heard from trainer Doug Watson sounding pretty positive about the talents of this filly, who's by Audible. She was related to winners stateside. Her dam is a half-sister to a pretty useful stakes horse in America, and she won her barrier trial at Jebel Ali recently, and she's clearly quite an interesting contender on her first competitive start, and on the international markets she's quite sure. I know someone who was singing her praises was Pat Comerford. Pat, are you encouraged by what you're seeing so far as she makes her way down to the start?
Yes and no, Rishi, yes and no. She's got a little bit hot and bothered here on the way down to the start. Wasn't handling the trip towards the tunnel as well as you would have hoped. Now, she's got the ability and her trial was fantastic. I thought she was hands down probably, my pick of the lot on the night, and I haven't tipped a winner yet tonight, so hopefully Ruby Hamilton can get me on the board here. But look, I'm looking at the overseas prices at the moment, 8-5 at the moment, very short for a 2-year-old filly heading out on debut. Could that mean there's a bit of value elsewhere? I'm not too sure for those tuning in overseas, but look, she's ticked all the boxes in regards to preparation. Doug Watson's comments just then before are only positive, and great to see plenty of people of the connections are making their way out here to Dubai for tonight to see her run. Pat Dobbs is doing everything he can just to keep her on song here, and she seems to have calmed down a little bit more. But yeah, look, wish the connections best of luck here, but getting very, very short on the international market. There's a lot of confidence about her.
Pat, thank you very much for that. Keeping an eye on how she's behaved on her way down to the start. Let's have a look at some of her rivals, starting with Flama Sunshine. One of 3 in this race for Bhupat Seema. And Tiger O'Shea is the man on board this, daughter of Flame Away, again related to some good horses, and like Ruby Hamilton, also the winner of a barrier trial. This barrier trial though came here at Meydan, and considering the stable are well represented in this race, you'd think that they have a pretty good idea of where each horse stacks up against each other. Tiger O'Shea was telling us earlier about Sylvester riding Parisian Beauty because of the relationship with owner Nasser Asker. So that's an idea behind how the jockeys are assigned to their particular rides in this race. But she looked well beforehand, Flama Sunshine. It's been a fairly decent evening for the Bhupat Seema team. Obviously, Killer Collect won, Walker Stars ran well in defeat. So the process beginning, as I said, pretty similar to our race earlier on for the 2-year-old colts. Some well-bred horses, cost a bit of money, and there's possibly some talent on show in this, our final race of the night. Let's head up to Pat for one more call.
Thank you very much, Richie. Yeah, looking forward to this race here, and hopefully we can unearth a filly that could be a star in the making here, as all these kick off their campaigns. Now, just looking there, Flame of Sunshine coming in to the gates, just wanting to get the head over into the next stall. It has seemed to have settled now. Now, here comes Ruby Hamilton up into the outside stall, and that's going to complete the line here. So 1,400 metres here for the final race for the 2-year-old fillies. Set to go, away. Breaking fast in the run, middle of the line, Flame of Sunshine going up there with Arigato Gazaya Masu, and in the middle of the line, Taz Waheen. They make the first 3. Ruby Hamilton's going to drop back into the 2nd division, heads them up. From next to him running there was Parisian Beauty and Reina Rosso in between. So they race in 2 sets of 3, where up in front it is Arigato Gazaya Masu, who leads the way by 1.5 lengths. Riding a patient race is Connor Beasley on Taz Waheen in 2nd. 3rd was Flame of Sunshine, followed there by Parisian Beauty, Reina Rosso, Ruby Hamilton back out to the end. So it is Arigato Gazaya Masu who's going to extend away here with 650 metres left to go. Bernardo Pinheiro not leaving this up to chance. He's 4 lengths clear here of Taz Waheen. Flame of Sunshine starts to get on its bike and is closing in very, very fast. Ruby Hamilton next from Reina Rosso, and out to last Parisian Beauty. It's Arigato Gazaya Masu from Flame of Sunshine, who's really trying to close the margin now, just wants to lay in the straight. It's a replay of the last race from 2 weeks ago, Pinero and O'Shea, but Arigato Gozai Masu is going clear. Arigato Gozai Masu's put half a dozen here on Flamer Sunshine. Running into the minor placings here was Ruby Hamilton, but it is going to be all Arigato Gozai Masu for Salim bin Gadaya. Takes out the last race, and Bernardo Pinero bookends the card. 6.5 lengths on the line, beats home Flamer Sunshine. Ruby Hamilton third across from next over Parisian Beauty. Then came Reina Rosso Tazwahine, the last one home. Absolute mouthful of a name, Arigato Gozai Masu. But I'll tell you what, anyone overseas who had some money on her, well, that's exactly what they were saying as she shot clear at the 200 metres and said goodbye to the rest of the field. Arigato Gozai Masu has gone on to go on and win here very, very well. We'll wait to see the time. 125.27 potentially. And the margin potentially around 8 or 9 lengths here. So we'll wait to get the confirmed times here. But what a performance here from Arigato Gozai Masu. Was a nice performer at the Jebel Ali trials, and has gone on to record a nice win here. Flamer Sunshine, very brave in second. Ruby Hamilton has stuck on to find third, but all honours with the winner here. Salim bin Gadaya on the board in the last.
That was an impressive first start from Arigato Gozai Masu, who has made all the running for Bernardo Pinero. Bernardo Pinero has won a couple of races on the card in similar fashion. He won the Bani Yas on RB Moneymaker, and he's won the closing race on Arigato Gozai Masu in a similar fashion, making all the running. And she found plenty, this daughter of Honest Mischief, in the closing stages. You heard from Pat in the commentary that Flamer Sunshine was closing her down, turning for home, but Bernardo Pinero over with a great deal of confidence. She found more in the closing stages. Fine run from the runner-up, who just a little bit green, ran around a little bit in the home straight. Back in third, Ruby Hamilton. She just seemed a little bit at sea in the early part of the race, dropped back to the rear of the field. She made up a bit of ground going to the home turn and then just seemed to get a bit tired. I'm sure she's better than this, but she'll have to step up in future. The horse in the green colours, Parisian Beauty, a daughter of Kamiko, should be better on turf. She's made up a good deal of ground late on. That was not a bad effort from her. She was a bit green as well in the early stages, and she's run a fair race. The horse who was tracking Arigato Gozai Masu in the early part of the race, Tazwahine, Ahmed Bin Amash and Connor Beasley, she got very tired and struggled in the closing stages. But the winner for Salim bin Gadaya, in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, has fair bolted up in our closing race. She's got a lovely pedigree, Honest Mischief, and she's out of a Woodman mare. You don't see many of those still about. Woodman, a very, very talented stallion in the day. Some people will remember Boss Rasham, who was the sire of that great filly, who was a brilliant racehorse for Henry Cecil in Wafingside back in the old days in the UK. But Arigato Gozai Masu has won in fine style, given this was her first start, like so many, certainly in this race and in the race for Colts earlier on. There's a whole lot more to come from her. She's an exciting filly.
Unofficial numbers here for race 7, 1, 2, 5, 3. Arigato Gozai Masu picks up the last race, 125.27, and margins 8.5 by 9 lengths. They stretched right out there in the Dubai Islands for the 2-year-old fillies over 1400. 1, 2, 5, and 3 as the winner returns.
Thank you.
It is our final winner of the evening, making her way back to the winners' enclosure after the running of the Dubai Island, sponsored by Nakheel in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum for trainer Salim bin Gadaya. And a double on the card for Bernardo Pinedo. A huge round of applause for your winner of your finale. Arigato gozaimasu! He won the first race on RB Moneymaker, making just about all the running, and he's done it again in the finale. 2 winners tonight for Bernardo Pinedo, and I thought that was a very impressive performance. But I'm just watching from the floor. How did it feel aboard?
You know, at home, we all know that she's a good filly. Again, we was a bit worried to be rushing them a bit. You know, I think all the others, they have the bit more work than us. She's a filly, she just tried very well in Jebel Ali the other day, but was just 4 furlongs, so she has a nice gallop at 5, you know. We was just worried about the distance, you know, but Salim is doing an amazing job with all the horses, you know, and I'm just blessed and thankful to be on, you know, to be part of this amazing team. She's a great filly, she proved that today. And I think we can expect more from her.
And who's the young man walking along? Is that Miguel?
This is my nephew, yeah, Miguel.
Yeah. How old are you, Miguel?
8.
8. What did you think of the ride?
It was very good.
That's all we need to say. You got a positive from Miguel. That's all you need. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And correct weight is given in the final race, 1, 2, 5 and 3. Arigato gozaimasu picks up the last, 125.27. Winner's margin, 8.5 lengths by 9, 1, 2, 5 and 3. Toppy.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our final presentation of the evening, an evening kindly supported by Nakhil. And we'd like to welcome up onto the stage one last time this evening, Shajir Anwar, the Group CFO for Dubai Holdings. He'll be making the presentation after a quite startling debut from Arigatu Gozaimazu in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum for trainer Salim bin Gadaya and brilliantly ridden by Bernardo Pinero. Would you put your hands together, receiving on behalf of the winning team, Rashid Hamad Gadaya.
Truly push the boundaries of living. Something extraordinary must be built. An island, crafted on top of the waves, leaving you feeling unmistakably, unforgettably inspired.
fabulous night of racing we've just enjoyed at Meydan. The great man, the big man, Pat Comerford, has come down from his position up on high to stand next to me, dwarf me. We have seen some very smart performances. Obviously, it's been a good night for Connor Beasley, Ahmed Ben Amash, Bernardo Pinheiro. What's been your star performance of the night, Pat?
I'd like to say La Resh. I thought how La Resh performed was quite impressive, but look, I've got to say, I think pretty much I've got to say Killer Collect. I mean, the horse had every right to come into this and probably did come into this slightly underdone. I mean, there's some bigger targets going on in the weeks and months ahead for a horse like Killer Collect. Just put them away with ease. I think you summed it up perfectly when you asked Tiger. I think the most impressive part of the race was from the 500 to the 300 as he kicked off the turn, as we've seen him do on a number of occasions. When he gets the race to his own liking and he gets it his own way, it's amazing how electric his turn of foot is because he kicks off the turn, which not many horses can do. Only good horses can do it on the dirt especially. It's a lot harder on the surface.
Sort of thinking after the race, maybe he might be a good off-in-mile horse, with Ty saying that he needs to go back up in trip. So,
which is the thing, like, I mean,
Dubai World Cup?
Yeah, I think my opinion has totally changed of him tonight. I mean, he's a horse that I thought, okay, 1600 is a great starting point, 1900, 2000 metres as he's go, and Tiger even said, he's a better horse around two corners. But look, to be perfectly honest with you, that's reaffirmed my, or just changed my opinion. I think he's a solid horse over 8, and if he does that performance there in listed, he did that in listed company tonight. But I mean, outside of Dubai World Cup night, a performance like that will win you a Group 2 or Group 3 here at Meydan on the dirt. That's for certain. He was electric.
What about Mestri? Very good performance, but put it into context, the fact that the runner-up is a horse called Walk of Stars.
Yeah, look, I think the performance of Mestri was great, and we can't take it away from the horse. He was on speed, he had to be gritty. But again, I mean, like, if you get a real seasoned horse coming up against him there, like he aimed to do it between the 3 and the 200, he looked like he was going to go past and win by comfortably 3 or 4 lengths.
Easily.
But look, all honours with Mestri. I think it's a great win, a well-deserved horse, picking up a listed win in his 4th start. But I don't know. I think if you had a seasoned horse who knew how to win and knew how to find the post, I think he would have got beat tonight. He's just very lucky that he ran into Walk of Stars.
Just ask you about a couple of the youngsters, Dark Saffron, and then in the last race, Arigato Gozaimasu. That was very impressive. I think we've seen a very good filly win the last race.
Yeah, look, I think she's got plenty of upside. She did catch the eye at the trials at Jebel Ali. I'm impressed to see that she's gone on with it and done that. I think Dark Saffron and Arigato Gozaimasu are the same sort of race in the fact that you had 2 horses that were put into the race. The rider took the bull by the horns and went, nice and hard in the late stages and basically didn't leave it up to chance. I think I mentioned in the call.
Yes.
Just putting bad luck out of the equation, back the horse, back the fitness, and I think with Dark Saffron, I think that race experience came into play massively tonight. Even though it wasn't here at Meydan, I think we've got 2 horses I think that'll go on with it. And look, Ahmed bin Hamish mentioned that I think Sir Harmony was the pick of the 2 going off what we saw. Sir Harmony had so many teething issues 2 weeks ago, showing signs of a horse that's got so much to learn. Dark Saffron was completely the opposite tonight, a horse that knew what he was doing and put his head to the task, and he went on way for a really nice win. So 2 youngsters I think we can follow.
That's what happens when you get a run under your belt, how much you come on for it, and that's a positive sign as well for Arigato Gozaimasu, who won the last on her first real racecourse appearance. Let's just remind you that we're next back in action here at Meydan on the 6th of December. The big race then is the Al Gahoud Sprint. We're looking forward to seeing who may line up for that. But all in all, it has been a terrific evening here at Meydan. So many good horses. And who'd have thought? We're still in the month of November, and we just may have seen a possible Dubai World Cup contender in Killer Collect. Remember that name through the next few months of the season, all building up to the big race in the first weekend in April. Pat, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Brilliant stuff as always up there in the commentary box. We hope you've enjoyed it. Get home safe from here at Meydan, and we look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks' time. Good night.
Night.